All right. Welcome, welcome. Hello. I see people joining chat. Hey, Storm Team. How's it going? Cruz, welcome. Addie, hello. Georgia, welcome, welcome. Awesome. I see. Yep, I see that's all working. I see it's already got someone for capitals. Sorry, Georgia. Every time I had to reload the account today because I've been off for a while. And for some reason, every time I have to re-log in to the mod bot, it somehow resets settings. So I got to go and look at that again. But um, hmm, we'll take care of that later. So sorry about the capitals thing. Hey, Storm Chaser Noah, welcome. Sorry I missed your storm chase the other day. Yeah, I hope it went well. It was a pretty busy severe weather week, actually, earlier this week. All right. Yeah, I kind of feel a little bummed I missed some of the severe weather this week, but let's get back into it. A little bit delayed. I got caught at the DMV today for a lot longer than I expected. So I was going to be on like an hour ago and got stuck way delayed today. We did have a tornado warning, but it looks like that has just been allowed to expire. Out in east central Missouri, around Herman, Missouri, the storm looks like it's gone through a couple different storm mergers. So likely recycling. Let's take a look and see what rotation track shows. Yeah, a little bit ago, you can see more of a cohesive area of rotation, actually showing pretty strong rotation there at times. It got tornado warned, still showing pretty good rotation there. But it looks like this storm has kind of degraded a little bit. Let's take a look and go into the Doppler out of St. Louis and see what this looks like. Yeah, so there was that original area of rotation kind of sinking to the southeast across the Missouri River. That's definitely faded away. So we'll keep an eye on the storm. It may try and reorganize down the line there. Is the area south of Gasconade, Missouri. So heads up, it's still a strong storm. A little surprised it still doesn't have a severe warning. That may get a severe warning in time. Yeah, the Aguacero has been super busy this week too. They've put out, I think, 3 updates in 3 days. Um, I'll be honest, I got back late last night and have been kind of busy catching up on some other stuff outside the channel this afternoon. So I haven't actually played around with much of the updates. Um, so I don't think you'll see too many new things today on our stream. But as we go forward, Aguacero has been very busy putting out updates. A ton of different since we don't have any tornado warnings right now, a ton of different settings, updates, and all kinds of customizations and stuff. So, yeah, I haven't played around with it, but it looks quite a bit different than it did, at least in the kind of like the behind the scenes stuff. A lot more customization. So, plus they've added some new tropical products and all kinds of things to do. So I haven't gotten a chance to play around with it much, but yeah, I will in some downtime. All right. So yeah, in our last couple hours or so, these storms have started to really go off late afternoon, early evening. They are organizing a little bit as they advance towards the east. They have trimmed a little bit of that tornado watch from earlier. Once you're behind this frontal boundary, your severe threat really diminishes. So Kansas City and areas like Boonville, Missouri, you guys are good to go for the evening. It's going to be actually a pretty nice weekend behind this frontal boundary. So temperatures come down a little bit. Also, the dew points and humidity significantly decreases behind this boundary. Let's see. I actually don't know. I think I've had that setting on since I came to Aguacero. So yeah, it times it. I can go out more hours in the reverse, and you can see all the different warnings. So we haven't missed too much. I wanted to get on around 5 o'clock. I think we've only missed one tornadic storm, but going back, let me double check. Going back a couple hours. Yeah, I was originally getting set up for about 5 o'clock, but had to take care of a couple other things very quickly. So yeah, we've only missed that one tornado warned cell. So I feel a little bit better about that. That is reorganizing, so we will keep an eye on that cell. And they have rewarned that for a severe thunderstorm tornado possible tag. I agree with that. I think it's definitely worthy of a severe warning. Tornado possible tag, a little ragged still. It does have some inflow, so we'll see if it can kind of focus this inflow a little more on the southern flank. Right now, it's not super outflow dominant at the moment, so we'll keep an eye on it. May try to hook around on that rear flank side. If it does, again, heads up there in Gasconade County, south of Gasconade, Missouri, and south of Herman, down towards Rosebud and just north of Owensville, Missouri. The new warning does allow us to get a little bit of a timing track on that, east at 25, so not moving particularly fast. They're around Mount Sterling. Drake and Swiss, about 6:45. Mount Sterling, 6:30, so next 10 minutes or so. And yeah, kind of central Gasconade County. Let me see. Let me see if I can answer Storm Team's question. So since we don't have any tornado warnings active right now, let me see if I can find that. I think it's, let's see. I think it's going to be in this tab in your warnings customization. But they may have moved it to a couple different locations. So let me see here. You can do quite a bit with this. I do have like it flashes when I get a new warning. I can set that for 30 seconds and stuff. You can turn off stuff. Storm Team, I'm not exactly sure. I will try and find out. Maybe over in settings now. I'll try and find out, Storm Team. All right, we do have new severe thunderstorms. These are out in our other area of severe risk today. And let me pull that up here. They've added that this afternoon. This has been around for the last 24 hours or more. They've had the slight risk. The Storm Prediction Center has a slight risk. Southwest Illinois, east and central Missouri, and then down into portions of northern Arkansas. Then outside of that, there's the level 1 marginal risk. That extends back across the southern plains, portions of North Texas. They did add this afternoon this other area of slight risk. That includes areas in eastern New Mexico, out into portions of the Texas Panhandle. So watching for mostly a wind threat out here. There is a chance of some isolated large hail. It's mostly a damaging wind risk. So that is an area that we will watch for some severe weather, even up along the Front Range. It's possible to get some isolated severe storms all the way up to about Denver. And you can see in the late afternoon, early evening across the Front Range, there are storms that are starting to fire and drift towards that I-25 corridor. But yeah, at Storm Team, we kind of mentioned that is a thing I like about Aguacero is as I kind of scroll back, you can see where those warnings were. But it doesn't keep the old warnings on if I'm going to the live mode. So I do like to see the progress of that. You can see kind of how the warnings have progressed with the cells. So we have a kind of a little line cluster working out of New Mexico, and then a little bit more isolated storms out ahead of that frontal boundary that's sagging to the south. A couple storms there into portions of southern Oklahoma. Let's clear off. Oh, I guess before I clear off the National Weather Service stuff, that's a look at your overall categorical risk. Here is the tornado risk. You can see there is a 5% tornado risk centered in that area where the tornado watch currently is, and then a little bit of a larger 2% risk all the way up to even southern Iowa. Although, again, most of that risk is going to be where those storms are now and then point south and east. With that, there's the wind risk. And that's in the yellow there, the 10%. So these are slight risks. These are wind-driven slight risks with that 10% wind risk. Hail, not super much of a factor, but there is a little bit of a risk, 5% risk for large hail. That's pretty much it. We may get some isolated warnings wrapping around the low pressure, as well as a couple isolated warnings
A
along the
new
front
flash
range of
flood
the
warning has
Rockies.
been issued.
And we may get a warning or two still this evening around the southeast, although things are starting to tame down as we get later into the evening. Mostly just kind of those general air mass thunderstorms across the Gulf Coast and portions of the southeast. All right, I do want to zoom in and take a look at some of these cells, a little bit feisty, into portions of central and south central Oklahoma. Newer storms that are going up, somewhat of a hail producer. This is being warned for about quarter size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. And then this storm also just shy of quarters and 60-mile-an-hour winds as well. Drifting out of the Wichita Mountains, just to the west of Lawton. You can see those two warnings going up there in the last couple minutes. The other cell is drifting south towards Lindsay. Okay, cool. There's a bunch of new features, so this is interesting to play around with. I may be a little bit scattered just in case any features are missing or relocated. They did a bunch of changes, it looks like, to the readout, the map readout, or the mouse readout. I can a little bit more clickiness. There are, looks like maybe bolder text for where it says the beam height as well as the reference. Yeah, I like that. Oh, I see. Or I can add it to just click. That's interesting. That's an interesting feature. And it just stays there. Can add even the longitude, latitude, and custom layers. I don't have any custom layers in that, as well as not have the beam height, although I like the beam height. All right, that's interesting. That is a nice new feature. Also, I can pin it. I'll keep it off to the side, but all kinds of new stuff on Aguacero. Yeah, hey Logan, how's it going today? Yeah, I was just saying a little bit ago, Logan, I think maybe before you got in here, I had to reload the or re-sign into Streamlabs, and it I think when I do that, it somehow resets all the bot settings. So I'll have to go in and try and manually adjust them, but yeah, it's being a little bit picky right now. Not sure why. New warning there out of Quanah, Texas. And it is Hardeman County in northern Texas. 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. So right now, things are behaving themselves. We'll see how these storms interact with each other. They have kind of launched outflow boundaries. And in fact, this one looks like weakened just since we were looking at it a little bit ago. But yeah, it looks like it was stronger right when it was warned a little bit ago. These outflow boundaries mean there's some downburst winds also. Kind of, you can really see that splash and that circular kind of puddle effect from these downburst winds pushing out from the thunderstorm in a bunch of different directions. So yeah, that does indicate there may be some downburst winds in there as that storm sinks towards the south. Heads up there around Cache in south west portions of Oklahoma. And then this little cluster here is a little bit more of a multi-cell line segment. It does have some outflow boundaries as well, so you're going to get those gustier winds just out ahead of this. And yeah, this is an interesting area to watch because there's some outflow boundaries, some storms that are moving a little bit different directions, and we'll keep an eye on any isolated boundary collisions and things like that that could locally enhance any storm development there. Some new storms going up right all along the New Mexico and Texas line, just north of Clovis, New Mexico. They did add a tornado possible tag on the storm around Salem, Missouri. This is in southwestern Dent County. That's also moving east at 25, 60 and quarters for that area. Looks like the strongest part of that storm should slide south of Salem. Yeah, there's a little weak rotation in there. This is a little bit of that southern Missouri radar hole and kind of south central Missouri. So we are looking up in beam height just a little bit. Closer to the St. Louis radar, though, this is one to keep your eye on if you're west of St. Louis, out towards Franklin County, the Union, Missouri area, St. Clair, Leslie, and Gerald. That storm is starting to reorganize. You can kind of see it bowling ball around in there. But yeah, tornado possible tag. These are winds going away from the radar in the red and towards the radar in the green. So there's still some broad rotation in there. It's right around Bay, Missouri, and also around Kruger Fork. It is starting to show, yeah, that rear flank downdraft is coming around just a little bit. So we'll see if it starts to surge out. If it does, it may try and localize a new area of rotation. Yeah, it would be right around Bay. So we are seeing a little bit more rotation in there. See our rotation track. Yeah, the rotation track also picking up on that in the Bay area.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And just as we are kind of examining this storm, they have issued a new tornado warning. Beaumont would be about 26 minutes. Port Hudson, 40. Leslie, right at the end of the warning polygon, about 45 minutes. Rosebud, Missouri, also in there about 27 minutes or so. Cell's been an interesting cell. It had that one cell interaction. It was tornado warned a little bit ago. That cell interaction disrupted the area of rotation. That has reorganized. It's going to kind of have the same effect, though. We do have some cells that have popped up south of there towards Owensville. Those are working up towards that cell. You can see that cell's kind of diving east-southeast, while some of these other cells that have popped up are moving a little bit more northeast. So it is going to have a little more cell interaction. If it tries to do anything, it's going to be rather quickly. And yeah, it's this little stinger that's kind of developed right in there. A rotation just north of Cave Hill and right over the Bay area. I think the hail core has also come up a little bit on this cell too. Starting to see that in the correlation coefficient in this part of the cell. This is hail in there, and that should also show up a little bit on ZDR as well. So yeah, hail is a little bit of a factor north of this area of rotation. So this is one of the more well-developed supercells, really of the day. That hail core is going to continue sliding to the east, southeast. So heads up there, Beaumont, Port Hudson, Lyon, Leslie, and then just south of there should be the area of rotation, tracking generally towards that area around Rosebud, up to Gerald, maybe over towards Leslie as well. Yeah, so if you have plans west of St. Louis, it is going to be a little bit of a bumpy ride here. Down on 44, there's some other storms near Sullivan, and south there towards Steelville. Also watching this cell, tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning around Salem. That's in southern Dent County. Also some hail in there, at least quarter-size hail showing up there as well. Further to the north, we have a line of gusty storms, as well as back to the west of that tornado warned storm. Also, gusty storms with some heavy rain. It doesn't look like there's a lot of hail in those. Yeah, so mostly just windy, rainy storms. Interestingly, not a lot of lightning is showing up with that. So let me take a look. We should have our lightning counter on. Okay, we maybe just didn't have the lightning updated. Okay, they are a little feistier than I thought. Yeah. Heavy rain, a lot of lightning, but those storms are right now behaving themselves. It's mostly that lead cell. Tornado warning there continues in Gasconade County in Missouri. That does also extend into Franklin County with that tornado warning. That's going to be west central Franklin County in eastern Missouri.
New information. This
They have
flash
bumped the
flood
speed up
warning
to
has
about
been
30 miles
upgraded.
an hour. So 30 mile an hour forward motion. It's being warned for quarters. I wouldn't be shocked if there's a little bit larger than quarters in this hail core crossing Missouri Highway 19 as well as Missouri Highway E. Missouri as well as Wisconsin. I think maybe one or two more states also have regular numbered highways, but then also have lettered highways. I feel like I used to know there was at least another state that did that. If you know, drop it in the chat. I don't know which other state off the top of my head, but I used to know. Hey, how's it going there, Mariah? Yes, another tornado warning covering that in eastern Missouri. That's been the only areas of tornado warnings today, just in the last couple hours. Yeah, advancing that at 30 miles an hour puts it into Port Hudson about 28 minutes, and then Stanton, Missouri, would be about 53 minutes. That puts it down along the I-44 corridor. So heads up if you have plans traveling there. I-44 running there from St. Clair down through Stanton and Sullivan. Definitely a storm to watch. Here comes this broadcast sweep. That is a new feature. So someone mentioned that in the chat for Aguacero. Uh, I've had the broadcast sweep on since they added that. I have it on to only do a new scan. You can click that off and it'll just kind of sweep all around. It can be useful. That can help you see kind of the radius of the radar site, but I prefer to have it sweep on a new scan. But they have updated it, so apparently you can yeah, I guess you can actually change how fast it sweeps from 5 seconds to 90 seconds. And the default was 30. I think I like that. Maybe we'll move it up to 20. We'll see how that plays with, but yeah, 20 is fine. All right, so that's cool. There's all kinds of new features. And then we'll see how this cell works with the cell interaction here. It's going to get kind of jammed into that forward flank of the storm around Beaumont. Still seeing rotation in there. It's right over this area along US 50. It's still in the area around Bay and Cave Hill, approaching Drake and Wittenberg. Hey, Holy Donuts, how's it going today? Kelly, welcome, welcome. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they have added oh, yeah, that's true. They have added the customization. I kind of like the white. I'll probably keep it white. I I like the white because I don't want it to be red or green or, interfere with a lot of the colors we're working with. But you could make it like an orange color, and you do you. Make it whatever color you want on your thing. This has always been a feature. I can always change the color of this cone too. This has been a feature for a while since I got that tracking thing, but I can change the color of that cone. It's kind of the same thing. I generally like it white because those two features don't really mess with the radar products and make it too confusing with a lot of reds and greens and stuff. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this had a wall cloud on it. We'll see now. It's getting a little messier now that this cell is having some cell interactions on it. There still is rotation right in there along Highway 50. But rotation actually backing off just a little bit on the latest scan. These are all moving up into the storm. If it has a shot at tornado genesis, it's going to be in the near term. Just along Highway 50 there around Cave Hill in central Gasconade County. Yeah, it's looking messier than it did just a couple scans ago. Still a dangerous storm. Only a couple severe thunderstorm warnings in this area. I'm a little surprised a couple of these other cells aren't severe warned. This cell still in there. Hail and wind for the most part. This storm also showing a little bit of rotation south of Bourbon, Missouri. That's a cell to watch along Highway N. That's going to be in northeast Crawford County. And then seeing this cell south of Steelville has a little bit of wind also showing up in it. Those brighter blue colors, 50 to 60 mile an hour winds, potentially in a localized pocket south of Westover and just around the Cherryville area. If wind continues to pick up, wouldn't be so shocked if that got a severe thunderstorm warning. Seeing mostly 40 to 50 mile an hour winds. So these storms in central Missouri that just crossed through Jefferson City, kind of riding right along the Missouri River, they're likely just below severe limits. That checks out. They have extended that tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning in south central Missouri. That's for southeastern Dent County. And that's still moving east at about 25 miles an hour. So still in Dent County, the strongest part of that storm just south of Salem, crossing Missouri Highway 19. Custer, Fawn, Doss, Gladen, Turtle, and Max are in the path of that storm. And then we'll take a look at our storms in southwest Oklahoma. Yeah, this storm does not look that impressive. I think it basically dropped that outflow boundary, likely had some strong downburst winds, and that storm is struggling a little bit. A couple new storms starting to go up, though, on the leading edge, though, around Medicine Park, just north of Lawton, and then one cell trying around Elgin, Oklahoma. This other storm also holding on around Alec and Lindsay south of Dibble. That is moving away from the Oklahoma City metro area and also staying right now west of I-35. That storm has a pocket of hail and gusty winds in there. About to roll into Lindsay, Aaron Springs, and Bradley, Oklahoma. A small cell, but a pretty punchy one. It also sells south of the Red River around Quanah, Texas. Those are severe warning for wind and some small hail. They've also extended a considerable threat tag for this cluster of storms in eastern New Mexico that is generally drifting towards the Clovis area. Considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds. And that is based on surface observations, where a wind gust of 72 miles an hour was reported just about 10 minutes ago in the Mountain Time Zone. Curry, Kay, Roosevelt, and Harding counties in east central New Mexico. And again, we may see some weird cell interactions around here where it gets some localized enhancement. Some of those storms are also just starting to sit over some of those areas in eastern New Mexico. Particularly, this cell is kind of upscaling as it just sits over the same areas. That may have a little bit of a hail core in it as well. That was weird. Yeah, there is a little hail core in here. Showing in ZDR, it should show in correlation coefficient as well. Not a lot of wind though, but we'll see how that cell interacts with this outflow boundary about to crash into it. So maybe short-lived, but some larger hail in there potentially. That is in that considerable threat warning. It's not really for that storm, but still one to watch. And then they have re-upped that tornado warning. They've trimmed it down a little bit. Still radar indicated. Quarter-size hail. Man, that original area of rotation's kind of fallen apart a little bit. We'll see how long they keep the tornado warning, but that original area may be still in there, just kind of vaguely in there, with some reds going away from the radar and greens going towards the radar. This is some convergence. You see these brighter blues and greens and the brighter reds. That's actually a convergence there. Not really rotation yet. Yeah, that's this cell smashing into the other cell. So that can kind of reorganize a new area of rotation. We'll see if it tries that after it can complete all this cell merger. It's a bit of a messy storm. The lead cell kind of smashed into the forward flank of our supercell, and then there's still another cell that's still getting incorporated into this supercell, but may even have another cell that's going to try and sneak up in there. So those cell interactions and cell mergers have kept our tornado chances a little bit limited there, at least in the short term. Let me see if we have eyes on that one storm near Lawton. Several cameras down by the Lawton area. I'm not sure any actually look directly at that storm. All right, that's an interesting. This is I tried to find that other storm, but that one isn't showing very well. But this orange area illuminated by the setting sun, just kind of straight ahead of that camera, that's looking back at that other severe cell in Oklahoma. that one. That's looking back from Lawton towards Lindsay. Although I may actually be looking at this now. And that might actually be this new cell that's popped up. They look similar, but yeah, that's okay. That's a cool view. That's looking up towards Sterling with this cell near Elgin. So we'll keep an eye on both of those. If that cell dissipates, we might be able to see this cell near Lindsay as it continues to slide to the south as well. There is also a storm kind of just, it's too close to the camera. Our camera's like right there. And yeah, there is a little bit of a cell just popped up near Medicine Park. So we'll keep an eye on that one as well. A couple strong storms in south central Oklahoma. That one storm probably not going to hold on to a warning much longer. But the one near Lindsay still has some severe potential in there as that sags to the south. Let's see. Let's check Poplar Bluff. No watch right now. I wouldn't be surprised if they add a few counties to the watch, depending on how storms go. But right now, Poplar Bluff, you're looking okay. A couple showers to the west around Doniphan. Right now, the southern portion of this watch has not really blossomed yet. We'll see if it does. There's more storms in the northern and central portions of this watch area, and they're not really headed for Poplar Bluff. They're going to continue working mostly to the east-southeast. So for Poplar Bluff and those areas, we'd be watching these areas back towards West Plains, Ava, Houston. We'll see if those upscale in the next little bit. Evansville, I think you're looking pretty good. Yeah, some storms earlier across the Ohio Valley, those have fizzled. I think there were even a couple severe warnings in western Tennessee earlier this afternoon. But those storms have weakened as they push towards the Nashville area. And yeah, weakening showers in western Kentucky, as well as showers central Indiana. But yeah, Evansville clearing out nicely. Look at we can look at the latest model run. Just pull that up. See how the model thinks these storms are going to develop. New tornado warning though, so let's get to that one in just a second.
Been issued.
Our newest model is running. If Poplar Bluff gets storms, it's going to be towards that 11 o'clock hour. Latest HRRR run does still want to put more storms into southern Missouri and even into northern Arkansas. So we'll watch for a couple isolated severe storms even there. Potentially even back towards Springfield in the next couple hours. But yeah, so the model still wants to put storms into southern Missouri. Just a little bit slower to develop. And then those storms in central Missouri are other ones to watch later, according to this model. They're going to push towards St. Louis, potentially 8, 9 o'clock. And then not really, as at least according to the latest model, kind of weakens these storms after they cross into Illinois. You may get some more storms overnight in Evansville. And then kind of sweeping through the Ohio Valley. But our tornado risk is fairly limited in the areas in the Mississippi River Valley. Yeah, may get some more storms, isolated severe, even up into portions of Illinois today. And then this does all move towards the Tennessee Valley tomorrow. So we'll keep an eye on storms tomorrow as a potential as well. All right, our new where is our new tornado warning? I thought we had a new one. Oh, it's right there. It was under the Rapid City sign. Wow, that is a tiny tornado warning. Southeastern Lynn County. 9 miles east to Cedar Rapids, moving east at 10 miles an hour. Radar indicated rotation. And good news is it will remain over mostly rural areas. It's going to go well east to Cedar Rapids and then north of Mount Vernon. Bit of a low top cell. There is some rotation in there. Right in there. So yeah, that's going to be in eastern Lynn County in Iowa. Most of Iowa starting to calm down a little bit. Southern portions of Iowa had some storms earlier. Those are all pushing into western Illinois. And then we pick up those cells back into eastern Missouri now. They continue to trim off portions of this watch into central Missouri. Areas around Boonville, Marshall, Fayette, Huntsville, up towards Macon, Missouri. You guys are all good. And yeah, these push towards the St. Louis area in the next couple hours. Timing for Evansville, I think it was like 3 a.m. kind of time frame in the central time zone. So those storms may take a while. That doesn't count if there's any more storms that go up ahead of that line. That may push things up a little bit, but just kind of generally, I'd say 2 to 4 a.m. in the Evansville area. Although they're not going to be the same severity, it looks like, according to the model data, that they are right now. Most of these are kind of borderline severe storms. There are a couple that have shown rotation. This one still has some broad rotation south of Bourbon to keep our eye on. A little bit of a supercell in there along Highway N. Some gusty winds in there in that cell near Steelville. And then this one, tornado warned, or not tornado warned, tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning in Dent County south of Salem. There is a little bit of rotation in there. Yeah, that area is a little bit annoying in northeast, north central, northeast portions of Iowa.
A new
It was
flash
even a
flood
little worse.
warning
It's
has been
even a little
issued.
worse up towards like Waterloo and where were we looking recently? Like Mason City, Albert Lee. There's some decent population out there. Not a lot of great radar coverage. Yeah, and this area has grown quite a bit. Cedar Rapids down to Iowa City, up along 380, the interstate here. Cedar Rapids up to Waterloo. Fairly populated area that doesn't have great radar coverage. This one, though, is not just a radar coverage issue. It is a low top cell. So it's only pushing about 20,000 feet. It's not exactly a towering supercell that sometimes we've seen on these streams go up like 60,000 feet. But there is some low level rotation in there, or at least kind of lowish to mid level rotation. And as we saw on one of our last streams in covering some tornadoes in Wisconsin, these low top cells can produce tornadoes. So don't discount the lack of great radar presentation as lack of a threat. That's why this is a tornado warned storm there north of Mount Vernon. I think right when we were kind of starting the stream, I think there was another tornado warning. Yeah, another small tornado warning with another one of these low top cells. So a little bit of extra vorticity near the low pressure center. That shows up really clearly even on just reflectivity. Right in there. Yeah, thanks, Logan. I need to catch up with the chat a little better. Yeah, we haven't. I don't think we've had any confirmed tornadoes yet today, as Logan mentioned. A couple tornado warnings here into the evening. Yeah, Holy Donut Aguacero has made a couple large updates this week, like 2 or 3 days in a row now. So I'm excited to play with some of their new features. Um, I think I kind of said it right when the stream was starting. I just got back from vacation last night, so I have not had a deep time to dive into the new features on Aguacero. But I will take some time, probably not on the stream, but maybe a little bit if I play around with it a little bit. But I'll take some time off camera to really dive into the new features. But they've added a ton of tropical stuff, some tropical models. Did some minor layout changes, nothing really major layout changes, but mostly like settings, where the different settings and customizations are. They've changed a few of the just a little bit more organized way of kind of filtering through settings. Instead of going to like the individual tabs and things, it looks like you can do a lot of that now kind of in one settings tab, including it looks like see all of your color tables for each of the different products and things. Yeah, very, very interesting. You can see, yeah, you can go to the map custom. I like that. I like how you can just kind of see stuff all at once and just kind of sort through stuff pretty quickly. They've trimmed that tornado warning up. They've cut out the Gasconade County areas and just kept it into west central portions of Franklin County in Missouri, around Beaumont and Gerald and Port Hudson. Although I will say the cell not showing a lot of rotation at the moment. It has significantly weakened an area of rotation compared to earlier. Still some broad rotation in there, but we'll see if it can try and reorganize again. It's going to struggle because there's another cell coming up into its forward flank and into the mesocyclone. So we've seen that happen a couple times as it tries to wrap the mesocyclone and carve out a new inflow area. It gets slammed with a cell from the south, and that generally isn't as favorable for cell mergers. Peer-reviewed research shows that cell mergers from the south and west can actually enhance spin. It'll sometimes surge a little extra enhancement on the forward flank or on the rear flank downdraft and really cause things to tighten up. There's some various peer-reviewed research into that. Sometimes just casually referred to as nudgers. They slide up into the rear flank there and just kind of nudge the supercell. That can be helpful. It's not as helpful when your merging cell is sliding up into the actual mesocyclone and into the inflow region of that mesocyclone, because that's just going to create more rain-cooled air where the storm wants the warm and moist inflow. And also this cell is just going to undercut that updraft and the mesocyclone. So looks like, fortunately for this area, as the storm has tried to go tornadic a few times, it just keeps getting cell interactions into its mesocyclone. Still radar indicated tornado warning there into portions of Iowa, that is well east of Cedar Rapids, north of Mount Vernon. Low top cell there with some spin on it. Still radar indicator rotation. There are storm spotters out here, so if we get anything, it's a fairly low top cell. There's precip in here, but it should be potentially a little bit of a visible base for any storm spotters to see that. So yeah, model data was supportive of more storm development this evening, so we'll see if we get more storms down along the cold front into southern Missouri. There is the tornado watch there, Lebanon to Hartville, back towards West Plains. So far, most of our severe weather in Missouri has been kind of along and close to 44 and just north of there. Kind of a very small area of severe weather in Missouri at the moment. And then they have allowed that severe thunderstorm warning around Lindsay to expire. A new warning, though, for that newer cell that's popped up just to the north and east of Lawton. And actually, that is that cell. We'll see if any lightning comes out of that one. Lightning has uptrended on it. Oh, there's one right there. There's a CG strike just to the right past the northeast little indicator there. Looks like rain is also starting to fall on the camera as well. But yeah, lightning has come up in this cell. It's out to 180 strikes, up from about 20 earlier. And then we've lost our severe warning around Quanah, Texas. Still seeing considerable threat for some hail and also wind out in eastern New Mexico. These are where there's been a kind of a multi-cell cluster of storms, strong outflow boundaries, but also outflow boundaries by other storms that have gone up in eastern New Mexico. These boundary interactions have really complicated this situation out here, but new cells are firing just along that outflow boundary, just out ahead of the complex of storms. Potentially some hail in there too. You can see that one cell got swallowed up by the line segment as it's advancing to the south and east. We'll see that happen again, but in those little pockets, there's some larger hail along, looks like New Mexico Highway 278, and potentially out here towards Grady. A couple pockets of hail, and also back along New Mexico Highway 156. This is all north right now of Clovis, New Mexico, and then back into a new warning there for Lincoln, DeBaca, Guadalupe, Quay, and Roosevelt counties. Southeast at 30 miles an hour. That's areas to the northwest of Fort Sumner. Another pocket in here that may have some hail and also gusty winds along New Mexico Highway 203. You can see that outflow boundary surges out ahead of the storms. So you're going to get the gustier winds out ahead, and then the lightning and thunder and all the stuff you get with a severe thunderstorm kind of tucks back in there. We'll see that continued threat drift towards the Clovis area, may get into areas in far west Texas too, around Hereford. And then not much out here south of Fort Sumner, but it'll remain in rural portions of eastern New Mexico. I'm looking at that storm just straight ahead on our camera. Pretty nice view. Again, that's the storm that's just north and east of Lawton now. That's severe warning for areas there around eastern Lawton, Comanche, Stevens, and Cotton counties, moving south at 15 miles an hour, 60-mile-an-hour gusts, and nickel-size hail. Wouldn't be surprised to get an upgrade to quarters just in this little area right in there. That little purple area, that is some area larger hail, seeing about 62 dBz.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Yeah, also showing up there in the ZDR. Probably showing up in correlation coefficient. Probably some at least quarter-size hail in that cell. But yeah, that camera's looking basically straight at the side of that storm. The previous severe warning storm around Lawton has completely disintegrated. So no severe threat there around the Lawton area right now. It's all going to be east of there. Southeast corner strip, Central High, and Oklahoma Highway 65. East of Lawton on Oklahoma Highway 7. And then this is going to parallel 65. So if you're south of Lawton towards Holland, Oil City, Gas City, or east of Geronimo, heads up there in south central portions of Oklahoma. Even a little rainbow's now starting to show up on the camera. You can see the rainbow just south of the Oklahoma, or below the Oklahoma transportation sign right there. And then back in there, just kind of center of the screen, that's going to be where the hail core is located. Keep an eye on that camera as that storm continues to drift towards the south, only about 15 miles an hour. Both of our tornado warnings have been allowed to expire. The tornado warning in portions of central Iowa no longer in progress. Yeah, it looks less rotational even than it did earlier. You can see when it was tornado warning, there was even a little bit of brighter reds and greens. These are going away from the radar, going towards the radar. So there was some rotation in there. That has continued to weaken as that's lifted towards the north. Not really a threat there anymore. That cell not even really detecting any lightning in that storm. Seeing a little bit more of a solid line of storms into east central Missouri from Herman down through Lynn, pushing past Jefferson City, and then down towards Osage Beach around Lake of the Ozarks. Decent amount of lightning in that cell, and lightning has increased in general in this area. There's also a couple kind of supercellish kind of storms into the portions of the Ozarks. We'll keep an eye on these two storms around Potosi and Washington County. The one has a little bit of rotation in it. And then, yeah, rotation has backed off quite significantly in that storm that's now not even being warned, but near Port Hudson. A little bit of rotation on this little hook feature in the cell near Champion City. That's going to kind of merge into this whole area. So we'll see if this tries again with the cell mergers going on. We'll keep an eye on both of those areas. Seeing a little bit more wind also picking up in some of these cells in here south of Gasconade. So a little bit of a pocket there where there is some larger, a little more concentrated severe weather potential. This cell still continues to try south of Salem. It's crossed Highway 19, approaching Highway 72 in central Missouri. Quarter size hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind. It still does have a tornado possible tag, although it doesn't look quite as imminently tornadic as it did earlier. Yeah, there's some broad rotation in that cell, but not too feisty right now. Watching a couple of these cells near Rubidoux and Houston, Missouri. That cell is increased in intensity just a little bit. You can start to see those brighter reds and those deeper purples, indicating a little bit more of a core to that storm going up. Probably not much hail yet in that storm. And also seeing some storms trying to develop near Ava. That's in Douglas County. And then Ozark County around Gainesville, pushing towards West Plains. We have a camera kind of over that side. That's south of West Plains at the state line with Arkansas. This is Thayer, Missouri, and at the Spring River in Arkansas. That is Mammoth Spring off on this camera. A state park, beautiful state park right on the Arkansas state line. And that is Mammoth Springs. This blue pool that you see here, that is Mammoth Springs. The water kind of flows down off of Mammoth Spring into the Spring River. But yeah, that deep pool is mineral-rich spring water that flows up from deep underneath the ground in an underground river system, essentially. Hey, Colorado Clouds, how's it going today? Yeah, but watching the Front Range, there are some more storms that are trying to come off the higher terrain, so we'll see if any kind of works its way towards you guys. But yeah, they are kind of fizzling a little bit as they come off those higher terrain. There was a couple stronger storms back earlier, Perry Park, down to around Black Forest, but those have weakened. Does look like another stronger storm back towards Woodland Park. We'll see if that gets down into the Colorado Springs area. And then a couple feistier storms kind of missing the Denver area right now to the north and to the south. And then stronger storms back into southern Colorado. That's a pretty feisty storm. Um, wouldn't be surprised if that gets a severe warning in time. Looks like maybe some hail in there. The far more concentrated severe weather across the areas there along the Rockies is eastern New Mexico. Storms have come off the higher terrain earlier as kind of a multi-cell cluster, somewhat organized into a bit of a windbag here, as this is surging out towards the radar site too. So seeing that pretty good. This bulge of wind in there. Yeah, considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds. Also some half-dollar size hail in pockets. This cell is going up right along the outflow boundary collisions. That could be another localized area where you get some stronger wind and potentially some hail as well. But areas like Fort Sumner, over towards just north of Clovis, New Mexico, heads up there if you're traveling. That includes I-40 eastern New Mexico, just near the Texas state line as well, under that severe warning. And then one severe warning in our tornado watch area, that's the cell near Salem. It's had rotation at times. Still showing some rotation in there near Turtle and Halicon. Gonna be right in there. Pretty far from the radar site, though. This storm does still have some rotation. It's not been warned, but the area west of Potosi is an area of interest. Seeing that also showing in the spectrum width, which shows us chaotic wind patterns, and that correlates there with some of these stronger winds in here. Along Missouri Highway 8, also seeing a little bit of that couplet in there. Not crazy strong, but there is general rotation in there. West of Potosi, east of Steelville. And then, yeah, our area of rotation originally has kind of completely fallen apart as those cells are going through some different mergers. So yeah, most of these storms just below severe limits across eastern and east central Missouri right now. They have trimmed off more of that watch. See, they've cut a bunch of these counties here just in the last couple minutes. That includes around Jefferson City and also around Columbia, Missouri, along I-70, then into areas like Vandalia and Mexico, Missouri. So yeah, once that back end passes, that pretty much ends the severe threat today. So everywhere there in northern and western Missouri, your severe threat is pretty much minimal. That does include Kansas City, Trenton, Macon, Kirksville, Marshall, Sedalia, Clinton, Jefferson City now. Watching mostly this area into southwest Illinois, around the St. Louis area, then into portions of the Ozarks in south central Missouri. Watches in Poplar Bluff are going to depend if more of these storms kind of backfill down along the line. So models supported more storm development in this area. We'll watch for that. If we do get storms to develop back in this area, those would be the more of the threat for Poplar Bluff. And then I could see them maybe add a few of these counties into the watch if that happens. You know, something like that. They might add a couple of these counties in. But right now, I mean, you're not in a watch, so I see why you're not in the watch, because most of the storm activity is well to your north right now. Very isolated storms across southern Missouri at the moment. Addie, I always will. No, Addie's been around. I think since you were one of our first big chatters. I think a lot. But yeah, I'm always keeping an eye on that area. We do have a, if you're new here, like and subscribe, click the bell icon, and join us in chat if you feel like it. We have an amazing weather community here on WeatherCast Live, and a lot of our regular viewers are in the chat now. So tune in. They're not too scary. Feel free to say hi and where you're from, that sort of thing. Yeah, we'll see if this line kind of solidifies. Right now, most of the strongest storms are in Gasconade County. Let's see if we get radar out of the Springfield area. If we get any more. There's a new warning. That storm near Houston, Missouri is going to get warned. Kind of the same environment as the storm we've been tracking for a little while around Salem. Not really seeing much there from that Springfield radar, though. Yeah, there's a pocket of wind in there. That cell's definitely uptrended. Wind, it does have a tornado possible tag. It's really hard to see low level rotation in that part of Missouri. But wind and hail are potential there. It's around Raymondville, just south of Licking, Missouri, along Highway 63, just north of Houston, Missouri. So we'll keep an eye on both of those cells. This storm also continues to show some rotation. It's well east and southeast of Salem, Missouri, in some rural and very rugged terrain in the Ozarks, about to cross Missouri Highway 72. Yeah, I'm trying to zoom in and see if there's a couple small communities in there. West Bunker, West Fork, Greeley, and Marcoot. Also, if there is any rotation, it's around Hallicon, Missouri. Wouldn't be surprised if that gets a warning extension. And then here's the new scan there. This one's crossing Raymondville. Raymondville and Highway 63 there in South Central Missouri. Hi, Raquel. How's it going today from Cincinnati? Hope you're doing well as well. Let's check Cincinnati real quick. I think we had some showers around, but not much. Not much out there. Yeah, showers weakening as they get across the Ohio Valley, so potentially some showers later tonight, but right now looking calm around the Cincinnati area for you. Sounds good, Addy. Yeah, I probably is if there's severe weather, we'll be live well into the evening. That was my plan. The severe weather watch, this tornado watch goes until at least 11. So we'll see. And they may extend that if there's more storms still ongoing. So tune back in when you can, Addy. Yeah, Addy, if you got dinner plans or something, you're good to go for a while out there in southeast Missouri. Taking a look, there's still pretty good juice still in this area where the tornado watch is. Um, Parts of this area like West Plains still reporting 88 degrees, south southeast winds, 78 or 75 dew point, 76 there around Kabul. Mountain View 86 over 78. So there is a ton of humidity down here. And then you can really see where the cold front is. It's not a cold front like we see in the springtime or anything, but back towards say Kansas City, it's a west wind. Sedalia 81 over 70. Kansas City northwest wind 79 over 66. So there is a bit of a dew point difference, especially dew points in the mid 70s. That's pretty humid. Some of these dew points in here are even closer to 80, which is really sticky air. So it does get cooler and a little bit drier, less humidity, which is a welcome thing this time of year. Yeah, let's see. There is a sneaky tornado threat tomorrow across portions of the Tennessee Valley into Kentucky. If Raquel is still on here, heads up there, Cincinnati. South of Cincinnati, a little bit higher chance of severe weather tomorrow. But yeah, Lexington, London, Kentucky, Louisville, and then
A
areas
new
like
tornado
Cookville,
warning has been issued.
Nashville, and points east, especially. And then even northern Alabama may get on some severe weather tomorrow. Let's see. Tornado chances. Tornado chances are fairly limited. I wouldn't be shocked if they expand this a little bit. There's your wind risk. So right now it's another wind-driven slight risk. And then hail tomorrow, not really a hail threat across the Ohio Valley. But yeah, there is a sneaky tornado threat tomorrow too. Oh, you guys are in the Somerset area, Science Hill, Kentucky. Logan, did you have that? You guys had that crazy tornado last year around Somerset, right? I didn't realize you were down that way into South Central Kentucky. I don't think it's going to be a day like that, but let's see. Yeah, that tornado risk does extend down into that portion of Kentucky. The tornado risk right now extends down to about the Kentucky and Tennessee state line for tomorrow. It's a lower end chance of tornadoes, but not zero. And especially with environments like we have out ahead of this, with humid air, it doesn't take a whole lot to get tornadoes. And there is a new tornado warning. Oh, the bot got Logan. Sorry, Logan. Let's see. What link did you post? You didn't even post a link. Sometimes it thinks you're posting a link. I don't know why it did. Streamlabs hates Logan for some reason. Yeah, if you grab any pictures of wall clouds or tornadoes, just or tornado damage, if it's after a storm, you can shoot them our way. especially X. X is really good to share kind of those timely storm photos and things, but make sure you do it safely. Don't just stand outside in front of the tornado. There's our links to X and Facebook. And yeah, this does get a tornado warning now. This cell around Raymondville. It's in one of my pet peeve radar holes, kind of in south central Missouri, but there is rotation that's picked up in that cell. Shannon, Dent, and Texas counties, south central Missouri, near Raymondville or near Houston, moving east at 25. Montauk State Park, Raymondville, Montauk, and Prescott are in that warning polygon. Again, that's going to cross Highway 63 in the next couple minutes, just north of the Raymondville area. If you live north and west of Raymondville, you need to take those tornado safety precautions, lowest level into your room, away from doors and windows. Ashley Creek, Montauk, Cedar Grove, and Nile are also in that warning polygon. Tracking this out at 25. There's some of the communities. I have to zoom in pretty far to get those. But Cedar Grove would be about 42 minutes, so about 46 minutes it'll get to the end of the warning polygon. Nile and Ashley Creek, about 32 to 35 minutes. Raymondville, it's going to likely go north of Raymondville, but let's get timing in there. Raymondville would be about 15 minutes or so. Yeah, right now, it's pretty well tracking due east. So it's going to be just south of Prescott and north of Houston, Missouri. Yeah, rotation kind of tucked up in there. So one tornado warning back in progress in Missouri right now. Those other storms that are somewhat closing in towards the St. Louis area, not as severe as they were earlier. Yeah, not much wind in there. Nothing really rotational right now. So we've lost that tornado threat, at least briefly, across Franklin and Gassaugh County. And not much showing in the wind profile there. But we'll keep an eye on it.
Flash
If
flood
this storm
warning
can
has been
surge out a
issued.
little bit, it may be more of a wind threat, but there's a more of a condensed line of storms that's pushing towards the east across Franklin County. A couple kind of, well, at least formerly weak supercells that seem to have diminished some, but this line will keep surging to the east. We're also seeing general weakening across those storms in eastern Missouri. This is a little bit of an interesting cell still, showing some rotation. Surprised that never really got severe warned, even as a tornado possible tag. But yeah, there is a rotation in there near Potosi or just west of Potosi. Very broad rotation right now. But yeah, there is some in there just north of Brazil and Palmer along Highway 8. It was last year. There was a little cluster of storms that had like 3 or 4 tornadoes in this little area west of Potosi, like one random summer evening. So yeah, that area isn't immune to tornadoes, even though there's the higher terrain. Yeah, Cruz, I guess, is a multitasker. So one tornado warning right now. Back across our other slight risk area, we have severe thunderstorm warnings. One near Lawton, Oklahoma. Let's see. That cell maybe not on our camera anymore. Let me see if I can capture that cell on our Lawton cameras. It's just east of Lawton. All right, so that's looking east. That's straight ahead, this storm. It does look like it's weakened some. Yeah, lightning has come down a little bit on that storm. So east of Lawton, still severe warning there. Maybe some small hail, mostly gusty winds, 60-mile-an-hour gusty winds, Comanche, Stevens, and Cotton counties, south central Oklahoma. And let's get back into western Texas, the Texas Panhandle, and then into eastern New Mexico. That's where you have this multi-cell cluster, 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. They have backed off on the considerable threat. There are some pockets of quarters in there around Fort Sumner, some of these little areas in the purple. Yeah, gusty winds and some quarter-size hail in there. Looking at messy. There it is. Maybe quarter-size hail. I think the hail risk is fairly isolated, but wind risk fairly pronounced in here. Seeing a close to the radar site, at least 60, 65. And then there's a pocket in here of some stronger winds also showing up pretty close to the radar site. That is backed off just a little bit. And then considerable threat surging into Texas. This is going to be approaching the Amarillo area if it holds together. But yeah, this area has a little bit more wind risk and potentially some pockets of hail in there as it pushes across the Texas state line. That's that area where the outflow boundary caught up to a bunch of those storms that fired off the other outflow boundaries. So there's been some interesting storm interactions in there that continues to surge towards the east. Heads up there around Adrian, Texas. Oldham and Deaf Smith counties in the Texas Panhandle. Our one tornado warning in Missouri, and then there's a big cluster of storms in east central Missouri. Most of those below severe limits for the moment. A decent amount of lightning showing up in those. Let's see, did I miss much in chat? Not much. Cruise. Let's see if those storms show up on any of our cameras out of the Amarillo area yet. They do show up a little bit. It looks like some blowing dust now showing up on this camera out of Texas. This is at Cap Rock, Texas. I don't know. Yeah, there's some lightning on the horizon. I don't know if blowing dust has caused traffic, but right on the side of our screen, the camera, the traffic does slow down pretty rapidly here. This is I-40. So this should be, 70, 75-mile-an-hour traffic. It does slow down here at the top of Cap Rock. So I don't know if that's a weather-related issue or not. The camera does not have a lot of contrast to it, so I apologize about the camera quality. But we'll hold that for now. That's in front of those storms with some blowing dust. take a look at these storms a little closer. They have added a new considerable threat warning in western Texas. This is the areas around Palmer County, Texas, and the Panhandle. 60-mile winds, only moving east of 10 miles an hour. So yeah, some of these storms not making a lot of forward progress, but the line itself, the line back in eastern New Mexico, is pushing to the southeast at 30. And then, yeah, the wind out ahead of that. Where is Cap Rock, Texas? Somewhere right out in here. West of Adrian, Texas. That's where you're looking at traffic backup with blowing dust. Yeah, so that would be an area that had this outflow boundary surge past it, and the storms are tucked back more along the Texas and New Mexico state line. Looking at this area of the storm. So yeah, pretty nasty storms right now. Eastern New Mexico, far western Texas Panhandle. And then we have our lone tornado warning. That's going to be for areas just north and east of Houston, Missouri. Around Raymondville. Yeah, rotation showing a little bit more now. So there it was just a scan ago. And then, yeah, now it's still kind of in there. Just crossing US 63 north of Houston, Missouri.
A
About to
new
cross
flash flood warning has
133,
been
or
issued.
sorry, 17, blah, 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 blah. 137 just north of Raymondville, Missouri. And some pretty rugged terrain in the Ozarks. Oscar and Mahan, Missouri are up next. And then areas north of Raymondville, Ashley Creek, Nile, Montauk, and Cedar Grove are in that warning polygon. Continue to take tornado safety precautions. There's the new radar sweep there. Mahan and Oscar about 6 minutes. Ashley Creek still about 24 minutes. Nile 28, and then Cedar Grove 35. So still another 40 minutes or so till it gets to the end of the warning polygon. They have allowed that warning to expire on the other cell that we were tracking south of Salem, Missouri. That cell was severe warned earlier. Still a stronger cell following Missouri Highway 72, generally towards the Centerville area in the Ozarks. That's Reynolds County. And then back closer to St. Louis. And mostly staying below severe limits right now. That line of storms pushing across Gasconade County, western portions of Franklin County. And then north of the Missouri River right now, storms are really diminishing quickly. Montgomery City, up towards Louisiana and Bowling Green, Missouri. Then we do have some storms kind of along a broken line of storms into western portions of Illinois. Haven't really had any severe warnings out of these. Yeah, I don't see a lot of rotation, just kind of checking very quickly. I don't see a lot of rotation and really not any gusty winds. So they're pretty much just kind of general storms. Not even a lot of lightning showing up in those. Yeah, they've trimmed up the severe or tornado warning to trim off the areas west of US 63. So now it's around Raymondville and just north of there along Highway 137. That warning continues there for Shannon County and southwestern Dent County, as well as east central Texas counties. Still moving east at 25, so they haven't changed the timing at all. That storm seems to be kind of splitting the difference between some of the more populated areas in that region. Is some rotation also showing on this cell that's picked up an intensity near Summersville, Missouri. Decently favorable environment, so we'll keep an eye on those. It's in one of my one of the radar holes that I've
A new
complained about.
flash flood warning has
Fairly
been
routine.
issued.
Wow, look at the text. Look at the backup there on that camera. That must have just happened. Whatever is causing that must have just happened right when we flipped over to that camera position. Do we have a camera facing east? We do not. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if it caused a traffic incident with blowing dust or what, but that is eastbound traffic. Yeah, that is eastbound traffic on I-40 at Caprock, Texas. And there is some gustier winds now on that camera. I don't know if you can tell on the screen, but it is kind of bobbling up and down just a little bit. That backup in the distance goes pretty far into the distance there, too. We've lost our severe warnings in Oklahoma for the moment. Just kind of glancing around, double checking, make sure we don't have any isolated severe storms out in the southeast. Yeah, for the most part, we're kind of bouncing between Missouri, where we have the tornado watch, one tornado warning right now, and then the far western Texas Panhandle, as well as eastern New Mexico. That's where you have a cluster of severe warning cells coming out of the higher terrain in New Mexico out into the high plains, the southern high plains of eastern New Mexico around Fort Sumner down towards Clovis. And then also a portion of this is pushing towards the east into Texas from Farwell and up towards Hereford, and then up towards Adrian, Texas along I-40. Considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds. As we saw on the camera here a little bit ago, there is some blowing dust in here too, so keep an eye on that. There is an outflow boundary that's out ahead of the storms. This will give you the blowing dust and first. You can see the outflow boundary very clearly there on a correlation coefficient. It's picking up non-meteorological targets, so outflow boundaries generally show up in the blue of the correlation coefficient, picking up dust and bugs and twigs and dust and things. So very clearly there, and then tucked back a couple miles, that's where we have the heavier precip and some pockets of hail potentially crossing the state line. Mostly, though, it's a wind and rain issue. The Streamlabs does not like NOAA. I have no idea why. Let's see. All right, that should have fixed it, NOAA. Sounds good. He's going to send over a damaged photo on X, it looks like. Or not damage, just a storm, sorry. Just a storm. I don't see it yet, but I'll watch for it here. Oh, did I say NOAA? Yeah, Logan. Sorry. Oh, let's see. All right, I'll check back in a minute. Logan, I have X pulled up, so if you do send that storm photo, I'll take a look at it in a minute. Some of the energy of this storm has surged to the east a little bit, so it's crossed out of New Mexico into portions of western Texas. So heads up eventually Vega and Hereford, Texas. Pretty feisty cluster there. They have added a new warning into areas around Eminence, Missouri. Let's get this loaded back up. Yeah, that's going to be this cell that we just mentioned a little bit ago around Summersville. Really hard to see. 60-mile winds, quarter-size hail, tornado possible tag also on that. I think we have an issue with the SGF radar is not updating. That's going to make that radar hole even a little bit trickier. Paducah. Jeez. I think SGF is having an issue because I'm not getting new radar data out of that storm or out of that radar site. Yeah, it's not. That's live radar. It's not letting me pull from SGF at the moment. So we're playing with the radar out of the St. Louis area. That's going to make this radar hole even a little bit bigger of an issue. Yeah, I don't know why. Still seeing rotation in there. It's going to be east of Raymondville. This other cell is almost a mystery. It's so far away from the radar site, but there's a little weak rotation in there along Highway 106 approaching Eminence. And that warning is for Shannon County in south central Missouri. Tornado possible, quarters and 60 for both of those. Yeah, it's not, I don't think it's an Aguacero thing because just got a radar scan in a minute ago from all of our other radar sites. Yeah, Paducah and St. Louis. Okay, SGF is back. Yeah, something went weird there. I didn't get a radar scan for about 12 minutes from SGF. But it seems to be back. Looks like the cold front is swinging through right now. See that even on reflectivity, but especially on the velocity scan, you can see these reds in here. That's your cold front right in here, showing up really well. Cold front swinging through from the northwest. That's in the red, going away from the radar, and a little bit of a low-level jet going towards the radar site, just out ahead of that, with southerly winds. So getting a couple storms just to fire right along that cold front. All right. Apparently, yeah, welcome back, SGF. Looks like you guys went offline for maybe 12 minutes or so. Still seeing that rotation just east of Raymondville, and then also in that area along 106 east of Summersville. And Eminence heads up there. Rock Creek Conservation Area, Angeline Conservation Area. I think there's a U.S. National River somewhere out here too. So heads up if you have any outdoor activities today. Shannon County in Missouri. It's moving east at 20 miles an hour. Still is some broad rotation on that cell that was severe warned earlier too, near Centerville. And then let's get back up to the St. Louis area. This is where we have strong but not severe storms at the moment, pushing into the areas west of St. Louis in Franklin County in Missouri. watch this line segment. It's kind of eating a couple supercells from earlier. Yeah, out ahead of that line segment. We'll see if it can go severe with a damaging wind threat as it pushes towards the east. There may be a brief window where there's a limited area of tornadic chances. But St. Louis, you're technically not in a tornado or severe thunderstorm watch. So that watch does cut off at the Franklin County line. I'm watching that Texas camera. The traffic is backed up even further. And it looks like it's kind of dusty on the camera again. It looks like maybe that blowing dust has kicked back up as those storms kind of close in to that location. It doesn't look rainy. The highway looks dry, so there is lightning though on the distance there. That's an interesting camera. I don't like the color contrast. It's not great for you guys, but let's see. Let me update my let me update X and see. I don't see it yet, Logan, but let me look on my phone and see if I got it that way.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Oh, I got it. Okay. Somehow showing up on my phone and not the desktop version of X. Do we have technology gremlins today between the SGF radar not updating and now the X? Okay, there it goes. Now I see it on both. That is an interesting area of rotation from last night. Battle Creek. So that's what Logan posted. Asking if it deserved, should have been a tornado warning. It's gonna depend. I mean, obviously those screenshots look fairly convincing there. Normalized rotation, and then the normal, storm relative velocity. It does look fairly impressive on that screenshot. A lot of times I can't say for sure. Should have been a tornado warning. A lot of times the National Weather Service will look for trends. So if it's a brief rotation like that and then weakens on the next scan, you may not get a tornado warning I try to look for that too when I'm pointing out storms. I don't usually just look at one storm a single time and say, oh, that needs a tornado warning. I try to look at least a couple different trends. Like taking a look at this storm, for example, it's trended up a little bit. Um, so it's definitely a severe warned storm. Let's look at its rotation. I mean, it's in a radar hole, but yeah, see, it hasn't really gotten its act together. It actually looked a little better just a scan or two ago. For instance, this storm that is tornado warned has also looked a little bit more organized a couple scans ago. There is still rotation in there, though. So I try to look at trends to the storms, see if they're uptrending or tightening or strengthening rotation. So based on that, like on that one image, it may have deserved a tornado warning just based on that. But if it was a lot weaker the next radar scan or the previous radar scan, it was just kind of a one scan thing, then potentially not. But at least, yeah, from what I saw there, I mean that is rotation. So whether whether they tag that as a tornado warning or not, that is rotation right in there. But yeah, that's a cool look at things. Different weather offices will also do stuff differently. So some National Weather Service offices will warn or try to warn every single QLCS tornado situation or small area of circulation. Others tend to, wait till it hits certain internal criteria that they have. And so yeah, there are discrepancies and differences between different weather service offices. This camera above me is starting to rock and roll a little bit. I also saw more lightning on that camera. That is at Caprock. It's like right around here, right on the edge of the precip. So we may start to get more precip onto this camera. And yeah, that's going to make whatever traffic incident going on that camera is worse there. Let's see. Let me see if I can get any information on that.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Nothing damage, construction. Nothing showing distinctly, but there's not showing up on the Drive Texas website, but there is something obviously causing traffic backup like that. And I assume it probably had to do with the outflow boundary and the gusty winds and the dust that's been kicked up. Since it's a little hard to see, let me take that full again. You can kind of see the distance there. That traffic jams up pretty far in the distance. Those are eastbound traffic that is basically crawling there at Caprock, Texas, along I-40 with those storms approaching. And yeah, you can kind of see it's definitely dusty, and there is precip back in there. There's lightning there also showing. But this is just out ahead of some of that heavier precip. Yeah, and then if there was a CC drop, they may have just missed it too, which can happen. I mean, we can, especially, I don't know exactly what storm that is, but if it's a QLCS, sometimes you get QLCS tornadoes within a radar scan, and yeah, that can happen. Still watching a couple of these storms in southern Missouri around Eminence. Severe thunderstorm continues there. 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail, tornado possible tag. Just double checking. Yeah, we lost our severe thunderstorm warnings in Oklahoma at the moment. Our other cell still being tornado warned into Shannon County and Texas counties in Missouri. Those are east of Raymondville, moving east at 25. Rotation in there along Missouri Highway, like B, near Nile and Ashley Creek. That is going to continue off towards the Sunken Lands Conservation Area. Some pretty rural terrain out here, but there are some small communities in here. Nile, Ashley Creek, eventually towards Acres, and then a little more population center along that 19 corridor. So if it gets that far, we'll keep an eye on that area. May get a new tornado warning if they feel that rotation continues. Back into the St. Louis area, you guys might miss on some of this. A lot of the storms west of St. Louis has really weakened. Most of this storm energy is now south of St. Louis on I-44. Kind of a rough ride on I-44 right now, but especially this cell near St. Clair, Missouri. Wouldn't be surprised if that gets at least a severe thunderstorm warning. It's basically taken control
New
of this area where
information.
there were
This
some
flash flood
supercells out
warning
ahead of the
has been
line segment
upgraded.
earlier. This line is surged out. Maybe a little bit of hail in there. Not too much, but potentially some nickel size hail. Still probably below severe limits. We're fairly close to the radar site, not seeing a whole ton of wind in there. And at times it looked like it was trying to rotate, not as much anymore. But we'll keep an eye on that area, especially around St. Clair. There was a little bit of rotation a few minutes ago. Otherwise, a pretty solid line of storms now surging back across those areas into Missouri. Owensville, Freeburg, down towards Dixon and Waynesville. Decent amount of lightning. Not severe warned at the moment. Then it may have been, yeah. I'll have to check that out. I can not right now, but I'll see if I can pull some historic radar and then check it out off camera sometime. Yeah, keeping an eye on the Union area. That's it. Most of the strongest storm is south of Union, but this little area around St. Clair has some interest to it. And the wind has picked up as well. It's a borderline severe storm, I'll say that. Crossing I-44 just south of Union around St. Clair down towards Stanton, Missouri. If you're in Union and points north, like Union up to Washington and Franklin County, it's mostly just heavy rain, some embedded gusts of wind, and a lot of lightning. A decent amount of lightning in here. If you're south of Union, south of US 50, that's where more of the short-term severe threat, I would say, is. Wouldn't be surprised if this gets a warning, something like that. Severe thunderstorm, probably a severe thunderstorm tornado possible tag. That's definitely the area to keep an eye on. Yeah, kind of the same for Pacific. If it holds its own, it's going to be south of you guys. Let's take a look. Yeah, it is generally still going towards the southeast. So let me time this out. Strongest part of this storm is basically in here about like that. Would put it towards it's St. Clair right now, then kind of paralleling Missouri Highway 30 towards Cedar Hill Lakes, Grubville, Lonedale, Huff, potentially over towards Hillsboro. Again, not severe yet. I wouldn't be surprised if it gets a severe warning though. And I took that timing out at about 30 miles an hour, which seems to be the common storm mode right now. Yeah, it's crashing to the south right now. Oh, let's see. Hey, Sarah, how's it going today? Yeah, we'll definitely keep an eye on Union there. Rekid, hopefully saying that right. Yeah, just kind of timing it out there, Sarah. That's just for this stronger portion of the storm around St. Clair, Missouri right now. And I kind of tracked it out at about 30 miles an hour. So yeah, if it gets towards Festus, it's going to be about an hour or so away. If that does hold together towards the Festus area. Same for like Imperial, Peevely. Hillsboro, Missouri, about 45 minutes or so. Yeah, definitely a storm to keep an eye on. Does have some broad rotation in there. Mostly a wind threat at the moment, but if it can tighten up rotation, it has a chance to do some produce a brief tornado or two if it does tighten up rotation. Otherwise, once you're behind this line, pretty much things clear out rather quickly. Lynn, Herman, Jefferson City, you guys are good to go for the rest of the evening. And then pretty quickly, I think St. Louis is going to clear out because there's storms have dramatically weakened north of the Missouri River. And most of our storms have now pushed also into western Illinois. So northeast Missouri clearing out rather quickly around Quincy and Hannibal, back towards Kirksville, and then down towards Mexico and Jefferson City, Columbia, Missouri. Not really a severe threat there. Looks like that tornado warning in south central Missouri, they are going to extend as a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible tag. I think that checks out pretty well. Shannon County in Missouri, that's going to continue there around Sunken Lands. It is in one of our more annoying radar holes, so it is a little hard to see kind of ground truth in there. It's also an area that is very tricky to storm spot and to chase in, so I doubt there's many chasers out there in south central Missouri. SDF radar is acting up again. But yeah, rotation is generally weakened, it looks like, although we're seeing it kind of mid-level rotation, but the mid-level rotation has weakened. That's why it's getting the tornado possible tag. And then same for that cell around Eminence. Just really hard to see, but there is some mid-level rotation there along Highway 106. Both of the storms, strong storms, wind and hail are the primary threats, potentially a brief spin up. Yeah, I feel like we haven't covered this area too much this severe weather season into the St. Louis area. So some areas that probably could get some beneficial rain too. It's not a crazy storm yet. It's just kind of a stronger storm. It's in a fairly populated area, getting close to the south and west suburbs of the St. Louis area. But yeah, it does look like the strongest part of that storm staying south of Union and south of Pacific. Mostly St. Clair and then kind of following Missouri Highway 30 towards Hillsboro. Popping back into New Mexico, that's where we have the other cluster of severe warned storms tonight. North of Roswell, now pushed through this Fort Sumner area. 60-mile-an-hour winds, maybe some quarters still in there. I think it's mostly a wind issue. And looks like they've dropped, actually, those warnings just now as we're looking at it. Areas like the US 70 corridor from Roswell up to Clovis, you're going to get some of that wind from the outflow boundary. But it looks like more of a severe energy pushed into the Texas Panhandle. They have continued that 70-mile-an-hour wind, considerable threat. Portions of the western Texas Panhandle, Oldham and Deaf Smith counties. That's where the traffic is backed up with, I assume, at least some type of weather-related issue from the blowing dust and the wind. I wonder if it maybe knocked a tractor trailer off or something. Not certain for sure, but that traffic backs up quite a ways into the distance. And you can see what kind of traffic is along I-40. It's a heavily traveled interstate, a lot of truck traffic. So yeah, dangerous situation there with these clusters of storms moving basically to the east into the Texas Panhandle. We'll see if they get out towards the Amarillo area later too. I'll take out kind of the leading edge of the storm. Hereford would be about 15 minutes, Vega 16, and then it's going to get towards the Amarillo area potentially in about an hour if it holds together. And I probably should kind of adjust this just a little bit just to get the outflow boundary timing for you first, since outflow boundary also has its own gusty wind. That pushes things up just a little bit to about 45 minutes, 50 minutes to Amarillo, and within about 5 minutes to Hereford for that outflow boundary. So you'll get some gusty winds on the leading edge of this, and then back into the thunderstorm, you'll also get gusty winds. Pretty solid line of storms down the I-44 corridor from near Union, especially St. Clair, just to the areas around Sullivan, Cuba, St. James, north and west of Rolla, and then back towards Waynesville and Pulaski County. We may have lost that camera. Did we just lose that camera? Okay. Reload that and see if it reloads. Nope. Don't know if that's a weather issue, but yeah, just lost that traffic camera. There's a look out of the Vega, Texas area. You can see much drier roads. This is out ahead of the outflow boundary. So really not a storm issue there yet. Yeah, we have a decent number of St. Louis people, I think, in our weather community. So a couple storms trying to go up over the St. Louis area, more just like showers at the moment. A little bit of a shower and thunderstorm activity also north of St. Louis around Whitehall up towards Jerseyville. But yeah, most of the stronger storms are back into Franklin County, west of Pacific, towards Union, especially towards St. Clair and Sullivan. There's also one cell that I've been tracking for a while that had a little bit of rotation on it too. Still in there. It's still near Potosi. It's an unworn cell, but another cell that is worth watching. Has some gustier winds also in there. All right, no tornado warnings right now. I'll probably jinx myself. I'm going to, I just got dinner delivered, so I'm going to eat that off camera. But I will be right here. We'll just put the radar into MRMS and just let it scroll for a few minutes. And yeah, if a tornado warning pops back on while I'm eating dinner, I will pop back on as well. Let's see if I can get this Texas camera up and running again. There it goes. Okay, cool. Rain starting to come into this camera. It is dusty and windy and rainy in western Texas. This is at Caprock, Texas, where there appears to be somewhat of a weather-related, maybe accident issue as we watch that outflow boundary surging past with about 70-mile-an-hour winds. Keeping an eye on this area in western Texas, as well as the mid-Mississippi River Valley.
A new PDS severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
All right, it's perfect timing to get back into this. We just got new warnings and a new or destructive severe thunderstorm warning into Texas. This is for western Randall, southern Oldham, Deaf Smith, and southwestern Potter counties. Automated weather equipment reported a severe thunderstorm along a line from 4 miles east of Adrian to 6 miles northwest of Summerfield, moving east at 30. Destructive winds. Looks like automated weather equipment. They didn't say what. Usually they'll say like where it was, but somewhere in there, there's been an 80-mile-an-hour wind gust, and that is this area there from Adrian down through Hereford. We were talking about Hereford for a while. Vega, Will Dorado, and looks like they're going to extend another considerable threat warning down into the county below that. That's eastern Palmer and Castro counties in the Texas Panhandle. So pretty serious event here. That's about to cross 1057, Texas 1057, east at 30. Let's time this out again, since it is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. You do want to treat this very similar to a tornado warning if you're in this warning polygon. Lowest level into your room, away from doors, windows, skylights, that sort of thing. Make sure you're in a low level and an interior room. At 30 miles an hour, it's going to get through the warning polygon in the next 50 minutes or so. Vega 12, Hereford 14, Willarado 38. That does include areas from Adrian through Vega and Willarado along I-40. We've been watching for the last, I don't know, half hour, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, I don't know. We've been watching for a while this camera out of Caprock, Texas, where I suspect some type of traffic incident due to the blowing dust that this complex of storms had surged out ahead of it. And we must have just missed it because it just started backing up as I switched that camera a while ago. So those storms are drifting towards the Amarillo area. We'll keep an eye on you guys. Right now, it's west of Amarillo where the destructive severe thunderstorm warning exists. Yeah, that's a pretty serious issue. If you got 80-mile-an-hour winds, blowing dust, and pretty heavily traffic area there. The one good thing is there's not a lot of hail showing up in this storm. It is being warned for about nickel-size hail. It's certainly a bigger issue if you have large hail and destructive winds, because then it's like just a team of baseball pitchers just throwing baseballs at your house. At least we don't have that situation right now. And this is also not really a tornado situation either. There's not really any areas of rotation in this. It's all outflow driven. So it's mostly just that big surge of wind towards the leading edge of this storm complex. They have allowed those warnings in New Mexico to expire. Those warnings, those storms have weakened across eastern New Mexico, mostly an issue now for the Texas Panhandle. So they have trimmed most of this tornado watch, and they just trimmed a little bit more. I was going to say north of the Missouri River, you guys are all good to go. Columbia over towards O'Fallon, Warrenton, Montgomery City, those areas all trimmed from that tornado watch. They've also trimmed a bunch back towards the Lake of the Ozarks, Camden County, Osage Beach, Gravois Mills, up towards Jefferson City. Those are all clear of the warning. Let's see if this SGF, um, the Springfield National Weather Service site has been a little sketchy the last little while. Yeah, the data is slow to load for some reason there on that. Just that one though. The St. Louis radar loads no problem. Paducah, so I don't think it's an issue with my radar product. I think it's an issue with SGF. I think the rain and maybe dust still continuing. That camera just looks really rough. Could be just a lighting issue with the camera, but still seeing the one warning in Missouri. It's around the Sunken Lands Conservation Area. That is in Shannon County, Missouri, moving east at 25. Consider or tornado possible, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and some quarter-size hail potential. They have allowed that other warning to expire around Eminence. And then a big complex of storms now across east central Missouri from St. Clair, Sullivan, Cuba, Rolla, down through Waynesville. No severe warnings at the moment on that. And that one stronger portion of the storm has kind of collapsed a little bit. We're watching a little bit of a surge and some cell mergers around St. Clair where it was spinning a little bit. That's continued to work towards the south and east. Not much of a rotation anymore on that. Yeah, it's mostly a straight line wind event now. Although even then, it's not severe winds. It's like 30 to 40-mile-an-hour winds into those areas now east of St. Clair, approaching Cedar Lakes, Maupin, and then also a stronger storm down near Potosi. This one did have some rotation I was watching earlier. But that area has also weakened some. Yeah, you can see that Potosi cell. We were watching that one for a little while. That one showed some rotation at times. This is going to be, again, some beneficial rain, though, especially if it stays below severe limits. Still pretty strong complex of storms south and southwest of St. Louis. Does look like most of this is going to slide south of St. Louis, up there at the top corner of your screen. And yeah, if you're north and west of Union, Missouri, this is US 50, kind of right in here. That is a lot less of a severe risk. Some storms going up right along the cold front. This is an area that the model data was supportive of more storm development, but see if we get any. Yeah, this SGF radar is not cooperating right now. There it goes. Very sketchy for some reason, but there's the cold front. These storms are right along the cold front that have gone up. That is through the Springfield area. It's through Bentonville, approaching areas around Branson. That's where we have a few storms. Galena and Forsyth, Hollister and Branson areas. Still watching some stronger storms around Eminence, and especially north of there. That's where the tornado warning or the tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning continues in Shannon County. And then also a little cluster of storms watching that around Mountain View, Birch Tree, and just north of West Plains. Lightning has picked up in that part of the storm complex. Otherwise, our storms are really fizzled across portions of south central Oklahoma. Had some severe warnings early around Lawton. Those storms have worked to the south and weakened significantly. And then back into Texas. That's where we have the issues. Interestingly, they've trimmed up that warning, the destructive tag, and they've dropped the destructive tag. It's back to considerable threat. So I don't know if there was an issue with the reading or something, but they dropped the destructive tag rather quickly, which is very interesting. Still continuing from Adrian to Vega to Colorado, and then back down towards Hereford. Sarah. Yeah, if you have any tornado video or pictures, Sarah, make sure you do it safely. But that would be much appreciated. As well as anyone. Hey Addie, welcome back. Hope you had a good dinner or whatever you're off to. Still not much in southeast Missouri. There's a look at that camera. That's gone downhill quite a bit. It's actually switched over into night mode. Yeah, still watching southeast Missouri. Closest storms are back towards Eminence, and then also north of West Plains. Right now, not severe, but still watching those. And then the more concentrated area storms in Missouri right now is from Waynesville and Rolla up to Sullivan, and back towards closing in on Somerset and Hillsborough. It's still more of a wind issue at the moment. Still is some rotation in this cell that's trying to hold on near Potosi. Yeah, it shows up a little bit in the spectrum width too, which is interesting. Crawford County, Megan. Where is that? Yeah, Crawford County looks like you're in it right now. A little bit of cell mergers in there too. So yeah, you're in the worst of it right now across Crawford County. From Cuba to Bourbon, to Sullivan right on the Crawford County line, just approaching Steelville and Highway 8. Missouri Highway 8. That seems to be the dividing line. If you're south of Highway 8 right now, you're a little better shape in Crawford County. Although these storms are sliding your way, so it is going to go downhill. But right now, most of this stronger storm activity is in northern Crawford County. Yeah, you guys have definitely been through worse. And then once you're behind this line of storms, that's where the severe weather really diminishes rather quickly, including like Waynesville up to Vienna, Lynn, Owensville up to Herman. Those areas, they'll probably drop from the tornado watch rather quickly. Another complex of storms also into western Illinois. We have been watching this area for some severe weather potential. Doesn't look like much is materializing as far as severe weather. Rushville down to Carlinville in western Illinois. So I have a severe warning for El Paso, Texas, El Paso County in western Texas. Mostly looks like outflow. Yeah, damaging outflow winds and blowing dust are occurring with this storm. So yeah, the storm itself is collapsing rather quickly, but you can see that big surge of wind with this outflow boundary, this line in here surging across El Paso, and then they grabbed a warning on it real quick. It probably peaked a wind gust as it crossed the airport there in El Paso, and yeah, very quickly that is surging to the south and east. So yeah, El Paso area, some gusty winds. That storm is collapsing. There are also in southern New Mexico a number of flash flood warnings. Storms haven't moved that much across this area, just kind of raining themselves out. But in arid and semi-arid terrain across the higher terrain of New Mexico, those can cause issues pretty quickly with water piling up. And then we've lost a couple of our severe warnings. Still seeing 70-mile-an-hour winds from Dimmitt and Hart, Texas, up through Hereford, Vega, approaching areas west of Amarillo. Those storms are on a slight weakening trend. We did get that brief destructive tag. But yeah, pretty good surge of wind in there and still in western Texas. I think traffic is moving a little bit more now. All right, we'll move that camera in closer to Amarillo. So on the west side of Amarillo. Um, so yeah, we'll keep an eye on the Amarillo areas these storms close in. Looks like they are on a downtrend. All right, new model data coming in. This is the 00Z of the HRRR, so a good run to kind of take a look and see what the trends are for this area. Not sure it's grabbing it 100%. Yeah, the model data is a little iffy, but still generally the areas in St. Louis have downtrended pretty significantly. So St. Louis, not as much of a severe risk, but like generally those push towards southern Missouri by about midnight. So potentially into areas like Greenville and Chester, pushing towards Poplar Bluff around 11 to midnight. The model is picking up on something that has downtrended a little bit, is convection across northern portions of Arkansas as well as southwest Missouri. It looks like it's going to be a little more isolated down there. But even in the overnight, may get some stronger storms eventually popping there. And any kind of remnant storms will move through overnight and early morning tomorrow into the Ohio Valley. You may get some morning showers and storms, but it's going to be tomorrow afternoon. We have to watch for new development in the Ohio Valley from about Cincinnati and especially central Kentucky south towards middle Tennessee. That's where by late afternoon and into the evening tomorrow, we do have to watch for some severe weather potentially there. Cincinnati, Louisville, Lexington, down to areas east of the Nashville area. The model likes storms even down into portions of central Alabama. Mostly a wind issue. There is a sneaky tornado risk, lower end chance, kind of like today, but especially into Kentucky tomorrow. Had to sneeze there real quick. Sorry about that. And then, yeah, behind this line of storms, as the model kind of indicates, the severe weather really diminishes. And across portions of Missouri, it's going to be a pretty nice weekend.
A new flash flood warning has
Maybe
been
some
issued.
scattered showers. Hang on a little bit, but cooler weather, which will be much appreciated across this area. They have issued a flash flood warning for some of these areas that we were just talking about a little bit ago. Crawford and Washington counties, east central Missouri, 2 to 3.5 inches of rain with an additional 1 to 2 inches. And that's a per hour rainfall rate. So potentially over the next hour or two, you may get some more heavy rain. So hopefully turn around, don't drown. It's starting to get dark. See that on our various traffic cameras. But Cuba, Sullivan, Steelville, over to areas northern Washington County, north of Potosi. That's where we do have that flash flooding. Yeah, it's kind of this little pocket right in here. These are radar estimates in here, but these yellows, that's going to be 2 inches, yeah, about 2 inches. So right in there, especially Leesburg, just north of Cuba, Bourbon. That's the area right now that has probably the heaviest rain, but it is still raining in those areas. Yeah, you're gonna get a good dose of rain. Because there were the cells moving across earlier, and then this line kind of worked in some cell mergers across this area. It is drifting to the east and southeast, so I mean it does clear out. It's not going to sit over that exact area, which is one good thing. It is moving, but there is a decent batch there of some pretty heavy rain. Our other severe warning cells, they have dropped that severe warning north of Eminence along Highway 19. Still a couple feistier storms, but not severe warned right now. Van Buren over to the areas around Eminence, then back between Mountain View and Birch Tree along US 60. Was that cold front is through the Springfield area, through Ozark, Hurley, Galena, and basically pushing through the Branson area right now, also down towards Bentonville, Springdale. Same for Oklahoma. Central Oklahoma is clearing out. Any storms are along the Red River, essentially. And then still seeing those considerable threat. This is 70-mile-an-hour winds pushing through Dimmitt, Texas, Hart, Nazareth, Hereford, up to Willerado. Considerable threat winds. See the outflow boundary in there surging out. And yep, as it does, the outflow boundary surges out ahead, picks up dust and bugs and dust and things, and it shows up as a non-meteorological targets in the correlation coefficient. Outflow boundaries usually pick up pretty decently also in spectrum width. So yeah, you can see the leading edge of that pretty clearly in there. And then on here, it's also picking up pretty good in velocity since we are closer to the radar site too, out of the Amarillo area. But yeah, pockets of considerable threat winds in there, especially on the leading edge where it's surging out along US 60 up towards Canyon, Texas, and then back down towards Hereford. That's probably the area that has a little bit more concentrated area of severe weather. They have allowed that warning to expire on El Paso, so that's outflow boundary already through. Thought we just got another warning, but maybe not. Salem, Missouri, yeah, we can look at that. So yeah, Salem is still south and east of that line of storms that's working through. So the storms that you're getting right now in Crawford County, those are going to work through the Salem area in the next little while. They seem to be moving a little bit faster down there. And they're not severe, but yeah, that line extends back towards Edgar Springs and Fort Leonard Wood, just north of Salem. That will move through in the next hour or so. And then once you get behind that, pretty much no severe threat after that. But we were kind of watching earlier because there were some more kind of prefrontal supercells that popped up out ahead of these complexes of storms. Right now, these storms are all back along the cold front, so not as much of a tornado risk at the moment. Still watching a couple of these cells. Isolated tornado risk there. The strongest one may be this area near Mountain View. As far as even a little mid-level rotation. And also potentially a little bit of hail crossing US 60. Thanks, Megan. Yeah, give us a like and subscribe, and you can click the bell icon if you want notifications when we go live. But yeah, I appreciate all of our new subscribers. We're pretty quickly growing our weather community. A lot of people interested in weather, asking questions, and I try to mix in some pretty good science and learning every now and then. That way, hopefully, it helps our viewers understand what's going on, what's kind of behind the storms, why they're doing certain things. So yeah, we focus here on no hype, science-based weather communications. I really avoid the clickbait titles and thumbnail pictures and things like that, and go for more science-based communications. In fact, I probably should adjust our or not our thumbnail, but our title, since there's not tornado warnings in progress right now. But okay, change that for now. I'm sure as soon as I change that title, will be a new warning. But there is a pocket here of some gustier winds. Winds have picked up on the leading edge of this storm complex. You can see them surging out in these brighter pink colors in here. And looking up, that's about 50-mile-an-hour winds in the peachy pink color. And same for this area around 4 points. Getting close to about 60-mile-an-hour winds. Potentially could get a severe thunderstorm warning out of this line as it continues to sag towards the south and east along Highway 8 from Potosi back to Steelville and then down towards Edgar Springs. The strongest part of that storm seems to now be past I-44, so still raining and lightning and thunder. Sullivan, Bourbon, Cuba, down to St. James are kind of on the back side of it now. And it's starting to clear out Union to Owensville. Also north of 44, north of Rolla, starting to clear out. So yeah, if you have travel plans on 44 tonight, if you can give it a few minutes and let it clear, um, probably recommend that. Just letting things clear out just a little bit, letting this line continue to work south and east. Same for areas like St. Louis. If you're planning on headed out of St. Louis this evening, maybe just let this line get by just a little longer, and that may be a little more pleasant drive if you're leaving St. Louis to the west on 44. Hey, Alexanders, how's it going today? The overlay for the alerts and the notifications is Warnverley or Warnverley by Redbird. I had used another one and it completely glitched out on me. I had it like perfect too. Let me get his link. I've kind of customized it and made it my own a little bit, but yeah, no problem. I was trying to find the link to it, but let's see. There you go. I can't find the link to it for somehow right now, but if you search that Alexander's, you should be able to track it down. I believe he also has a Discord. So if you do have questions there, definitely check out his stuff. And then I customized it quite a bit. I took a bunch of pieces and stuff. I tried to make it somewhat similar to my old overlay that completely glitched out, and I just have not had the time to remake it and build it myself. So his is pretty. It's pretty snappy too. When I get a new warning, it comes out really quick. He pops in every now and then, so he may be in the chat. I haven't seen him today, but he may be in the chat too. Hey, ST Nguyen, how's it going today? 4.7 earthquake in Italy? Ooh, I have not seen that, but thank you for that info. Yeah, there's been quite a few earthquakes. I see there was an earthquake in Japan earlier this week, too, I think. I was on vacation for most of this week, so I was out and far away from my studio. One of the rare times I'm kind of away from the studio, but like away. A lot of times even if I'm planning on being away, I will try and at least stay somewhat close to get some information out, or sometimes I'll bring a kind of a temporary studio pack up. But no, it was one of those unplugged kind of vacations. I guess there was a wall cloud earlier on that low top cell that got tornado warned near Cedar Rapids earlier this afternoon or evening. So yeah, that cell, even though it didn't look impressive on radar, it was a low top cell and definitely deserved a tornado warning. We're gonna see if we had any confirmed tornadoes. I don't think we've had any confirmed tornadoes today. Yeah, still watching a couple pockets in this cell complex that's now south of the 44 corridor. But closing in on Salem, we had questions there earlier. It is starting to leave, at least the heaviest precip, starting to leave this new flash flood warning. So things should start to clear up a little bit. Looks like there may have been a tornado earlier near Cedar Rapids, near the airport. Looks like a weak tornado. Yeah, so there may have been a couple weaker end tornadoes today. Just kind of glancing at things. Storm Prediction Center does have a new mesoscale discussion out. We'll take a look at that. Storm Prediction Center has a mesoscale discussion. These are kind of the discussions behind and usually ahead of watches, um, talking about the environment out ahead of watches or within watches, um, kind of periodic updates to what the National Weather Service is thinking, changes in the forecast, those sort of things. Um, and they are noting that these are still outflow driven storms. There's a cool pool that's developed with the convection as it's worked out of New Mexico. So, watch is unlikely. Extended watch there. Still potentially some isolated damaging winds, but a watch is unlikely. The Storm Prediction Center doesn't think there's going to be enough of that damaging wind potential. But still, like they kind of say in the leading sentence there, strong severe wind gusts may be maintained through about 11 to midnight to 1 a.m. In portions of the, especially the Texas Panhandle and Western Texas. But at least at this point, not as much of a severe threat. And yeah, I think I concur with that. It seems to be the storm complex is weakening. It is on the downtrend. So some good signs there across the Texas Panhandle. Close that out. And yeah, things have calmed down quite a bit across portions of Oklahoma, as well as the Red River Valley. Back into Missouri, taking a look at these storms. Strongest storms are in this complex here from just south of Sullivan, now east of Rolla, north of Salem to about Steelville and Somerset. Oh, pizza sounds great. Have a good night there, Megan. Yes, please do share. If even if you're not in a severe warning, sometimes just keeping friends and family updated. You can share our stream, and that helps grow our channel as well. Hey Tracy, how's it going today? Perryville, Missouri. That is south, right? Yep. Perryville, you're still in that area where we could get some severe weather. So no watch right now, really in any of southeast Missouri. But we are watching till about that midnight hour. There is a severe chance across southeast Missouri, and kind of seeing a twofold threat, I guess, right now. Still watching some of these individual cells that are kind of over the eastern areas of the Ozarks. Lately, they haven't been severe, but still keep an eye on those. And then kind of watching this cluster, how it develops back across east central Missouri. At the moment, it seems to be more of an isolated damaging wind risk, as well as flash flooding, a decent amount of heavy rain in that area. But that will propagate to the east with a bit of a wind threat, isolated tornado risk, and still seeing those heavy downpours in there. So yeah, low end tornado risk, mostly a damaging wind risk for areas around Perryville to potentially about midnight. It's about 9 a.m. or 9 p.m. in the central time zone. So yeah, the next couple hours, kind of that key time frame we're looking for. Hey Christian, how's it going tonight? Mr. J Bond, welcome, welcome. Yeah, a couple tornado warnings in Missouri tonight. The one near Herman, I think, was a closer one to producing. Let's see, I might be able to go back that far. No, I can't quite go back that far, but this was the cell that was tornado warned earlier near Herman. That got incorporated into the line segment, weakened out ahead of it, and has continued to not really be a tornado producing threat right now. So yeah, back. Let's kind of examine this line just a little bit further. Still seeing that surge of wind kind of sagging to the south, southeast, across Potosi. Gust to maybe 40, 45. And then approaching areas there around north of Viburnum and also coming into the Salem area now. Pockets of gustier winds, but not really a tornado threat at the moment. Cruise raid. How's it going, guys? Tangi, welcome, welcome. Cruz, welcome back. Storm team. Logan, welcome back. Logan, I did update the bot settings, so hopefully it doesn't flag your posts anymore, but we'll see. I kind of had to reformat the bot settings again, so we'll see if it flags it. The bot for some reason does not like Logan. Yeah, taking a look at our latest model run. Let's see. It's not handling it great. The latest model run. Let's see if it handles it better. Maybe. But it does the models have downtrended a little bit on southern Missouri. but potentially some storms overnight, 2 a.m., 3 a.m. for Evansville, the Ohio Valley, up into Illinois too. Still getting some storms overnight. Shouldn't have as much of a severe risk after the about the 11 o'clock hour. And then we do to watch tomorrow. Going back to the 00Z run. This is tomorrow at about 4 o'clock. Seeing potential for some stronger storms. Ohio River, basically south, Lexington, middle Tennessee, maybe into areas like Huntsville. But yeah, this area we have to watch for tomorrow. Similar to today, you may get a round of storms and showers in the morning, and then things kind of get reinvigorated into the evening tomorrow. And particularly this model run breaks out a couple lines of storms even into the later evening. That's just one model run though, so don't take that. It might not be perfect. And storms push east from there onto Sunday. Do we have a severe risk for Sunday yet? Let's see.
A new tornado
We do have a
warning
tornado,
has been
or
issued.
we do have a severe risk across portions of the Ohio Valley and into the Mid-Atlantic and Carolinas for Sunday. And we do have a new tornado warning. By the way, on the latest outlines, they have maintained the Storm Prediction Center, the slight risks across eastern Missouri, northern Arkansas, extreme southwest Illinois, and then they have maintained that slight risk across portions of Texas, especially. This is that area around Potosi. Interesting area. Southeastern Washington County and Francois County. St. Francois County. Is Sarah still in here? Sarah was in the chat earlier. I think it's pronounced St. Francois County, but it might be St. Francis. I don't know. Some places have completely dropped their French pronunciations, but either way, near Potosi, moving east at 40. An interesting area. It's an area that I thought would probably get a severe thunderstorm warning a while ago. I don't know. There's not a ton of rotation showing. There's a little bit, kind of on the leading edge of this. There's a little bit of shear in here. I think it's still pretty outflow driven, but we'll go with it. Tornado warning there. Potosi down to Caledonia, Irondale, Park Hills, Bonne Terre, Farmington, and Doe Run. East at 40. Definitely not the tightest rotation we've seen today. I'm just going to track out this whole leading edge just in case something localizes along it. It still appears to be an outflow driven storm, but just in case there's some area that tightens along here, I just want to cover that whole line segment in Washington County. Potosi, it's going to be about now. You need to take your tornado safety precautions, lowest level into your room, away from those doors and windows. Caledonia and Irondale would be about 10 to 12 minutes. Bonne Terre, 15 to 17. Park Hills, 23. And Farmington, 31, 32. So yeah, it's going to get to the end of this warning polygon in about 30 to 40 minutes or so. Okay, the latest radar scan looks a little more intriguing. Yeah, there is some rotation picking up over that Farmington area, or over the Potosi area. A little bit. Still not showing up much on spectrum width, but there is some rotation right in here, kind of over the Potosi area. It's a little bit of a cell merger situation in here, but it's also surged out. This is surged out a little bit. This kind of tightens up right in there. It's a little bit broad and messy, but there is some general rotation showing in there now. So generally towards Bonne Terre, Park Hills, Farmington. That is in St. Francis or St. Francois County, and then Washington County, Missouri. Yeah, the risk for tonight, let's see. Evansville is only in the general thunderstorm risk. So the risk tonight pretty much centers in the area that we're in now. Storm Prediction Center expects storms to weaken across southern Illinois. So as long as I always recommend having multiple ways to get warnings, like a NOAA weather radio, or having your phone alerts turned on, Storm Team, but not expecting like a Ohio Valley tornado outbreak overnight or anything. Most of these storms should weaken after they get further to the east in the Ohio Valley. Curious to see what the next scan looks like. Still watching this area right around Mineral Point and Potosi for that circulation. The winds have also picked up in this part of the storm back to the southwest of Potosi along Highway 8. Seeing a pocket there of 60-mile-an-hour winds. And then some good news is behind this complex of storms, the rain is starting to clear from Cuba to Sullivan to Stanton. Still continue to watch flash flooding. There's an area here that has 2 to 3 inches of rain and still raining across some of the flash flood warning. That is in northern portions of Washington and northern Crawford County. Depending on how long those storms hold on to, if they continue to kind of stall across this area, could see an expansion of that flash flood risk as well. Yeah, still seeing a little circulation in there. It's near Mineral Point, just east of Potosi. And again, more of a damaging wind risk kind of extends down along this line, along the leading edge in there. I just reset it to just see if we got any new data in there, just to kind of force it. Sometimes I can get a reset by forcing it, or force it by getting a reset. Still don't see anything crazy in there for tornadic circulation or anything, but yeah, it'd be kind of right in this area near Mineral Point, Frenchtown, and then over towards Terre du Lac, Bonne Terre, Park Hills, down towards Farmington. This is well south of the St. Louis area if you're in St. Louis. St. Clair, Union, Pacific, Oakville, Festus, Peevely, those areas on the southern sides of St. Louis, all clear. This tornado risk is south of the St. Louis metro. They have also cleared Lynn, Gasconade, Franklin County. They've trimmed all those counties from the tornado watch. Yeah, it's mostly a issue here for south central Missouri. A little spin on the latest scan isn't quite as pronounced, but still in here a little bit east of Potosi, right around Frenchtown and just north of Frenchtown. We have a little bit of spin showing up. Yeah, rotation track actually picking it up fairly close. It's right where I was going to kind of draw it. So rotation track shows it pretty good. And then, yeah, damaging winds back through Potosi and just west of there with some 60-mile-an-hour gusts. We'll see if this can continue to surge out. It may try to localize a new area on the southern side of this, as we do have kind of a low-level jet situation surged up into this. So there is some low-level convergence and some different winds in here. We'll kind of see if it tries to start a new area of rotation. It may be down south of Potosi. This area is not quite as favorable where it is right now, at least for lasting very long. Trying to find one, but CC is acting up just a little bit. There it goes. Let's see. 23. It's hard to say, Logan. CC isn't lining up exactly with that. Let me see if I can pull it from a different source. Let me double check on a different source. Bear with me here for a second. Okay, let me see here. don't think so. It looks like that was in clear air. There's a little CC. It looked like a CC drop, but it was in clear air, I believe. Weird that isn't coming in. I don't see a clear enough CC drop to say it was a confirmed tornado or anything. So yeah, still radar indicated also by the National Weather Service as St. Louis. And that old circulation is still up in there near Highway 47. I am a little bit more concerned. We are getting a new circulation to try and develop on the southern side of this, where this wind is surging out here and where there is a little bit of low-level inflow. So watching this area also for some tornadic potential. Still watching that old area of rotation. But yeah, this may be our new focus here. We'll keep an eye on this one. Doe Run, Bismarck, and Farmington. The other circulation lifting generally towards the Bonne Terre area. But that whole line has a little bit of potential there. Tracking this out around Caledonia, approaching Irondale, up through areas just around Bonne Terre, and it was at 40. 40 miles an hour to the southeast brings it to Irondale in about 4 minutes. Bonne Terre 7, Leadwood 8, Bismarck 10, Des Lodge 11, Doe Run 20, Farmington 24. That's basically the end of the warning polygon, roughly about 35 minutes or so. Down by Farmington, it's kind of a weird little warning polygon. Hey, Texas, how's it going today? There is potentially a little pocket of hail in there too. Yeah, around 47, just north of Frenchtown. But yeah, this is a new little area of rotation down in here, just near Caledonia. Just to the, let's see, that is to the east of Highway 21. These are winds headed towards the radar. These are winds headed away. It's broad at the moment, but it's this area right in there that I'm interested in. And you can see it has a little bit of a notch feature. These are inflow winds in here. These are outflow winds that are surging out. So that is a little bit concerning as well. It has kind of that look to it as well, not just on the velocity, but also on the reflectivity. And that is an area that has a little bit more uncontaminated inflow. There's not a lot of storms to the south right now. Yeah, there's some, but there's not like an imminent storm merger or anything. So that has a little bit more of a longevity chance. This other area of rotation was kind of where this storm complex was surging out and then also getting some cell merger in there. So a little bit of like convergence, vorticity, localized briefly. That area has somewhat flattened out a little bit. But yeah, it's this area on the southern side near Caledonia that's a little more intriguing to me at the moment. Heads up there, Irondale, Davis, West Elvins, Park Hills, Bismarck, Doe Run, Farmington. Pretty dangerous little storm complex there. Strong storms back through Salem, Licking, Sherrill, and then all the way kind of scattered down through Houston, Kabul, and Gainesville, Missouri. They have issued a severe thunderstorm warning, no tornado possible tag. I don't see a lot of tornadic potential in that, so that's a good call there. Just 60-mile-an-hour winds and nickel to quarters in the hail around Salem. Hey, Flint, how's it going today? Thank you, thank you. Yeah, let's see. This is in Washington County, so if you're in the Washington County area, you may get that tornado warning. This is for basically southeast Washington County, around the Potosi area, down towards Caledonia. So if you're up closer to I-44 in Washington County, north and west Washington County, it's not as much of a situation for you. And this is leaving Washington County, or will be in a few minutes. But let's see. Let me check again on the backup. My CC is a little behind, so it's not lining up exactly right. Waiting on the next CC scan to see what we get. Yeah, this area still has some intriguing spin to it. And the last CC scan had something a little intriguing in there. There is a little lowering of the CC value in there. It's hard to say though, because it didn't exactly line up. But if it's a couple minutes difference between that CC scan and the latest radar scan, then that might be something. I'm just waiting to see if the next CC scan comes in lined up better. Because yeah, in theory, if that is a CC lowering and it's moved, it may be right here where our velocity scan shows. So that might be something. It's just really hard to tell. I'm backing it up, right in here. It's close. There could be something kind of right in here on the CC scan. Still can't say it's tornado on the ground, but right in here, this is a little bit of a CC lowering. That is interesting. The other blue that you see, this is all clear air just on the leading edge of that area of storms. So I don't see anything that screams like correlation coefficient drop on that area. Yeah. I'm waiting for another CC scan. It's been a little bit slow on the CC. This area is still pretty intriguing in there. Behind that area of rotation, there are also pockets of damaging winds in those peach colors, all pushing out away from the radar site. So Caledonia, areas just east of Potosi, this little pocket has some pretty gusty winds in here too. Even if you don't get a tornado, you do have the possibility of tree damage, tree falls. You want to take this fairly seriously. It's a pretty wooded, a lot of terrain in here in this part of the eastern Ozarks. So you do want to take these severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings fairly seriously, especially if you have trees on your property. Same for back towards Salem. There's not a tornado threat there, but if you do have trees on your property, you do want to take a little bit extra safety precautions. I haven't heard of too many issues this year, but last year we talked about it quite a bit, but there were some fatalities, unfortunately, in the Northeast, in upstate New York from tree falls on complexes of severe storms. Let's see, back into Texas. I do want to drop into Texas real quick. Take a look at these storms. 60-mile winds. Yeah. Okay. So good news is our considerable threat has decreased across the Texas Panhandle. Yeah, those storms have basically weakened. It's a big pool of cool air back here, as the Storm Prediction Center noted earlier. So those storms have weakened as they approach the Amarillo area. And the I-27 corridor. There still are a pocket of stronger storms in there from Dimmitt, Texas, down to about Littlefield. And then another stronger storm batch in here, but they're all outflow dominant, not a tornado risk. The hail has come down. It's mostly just isolated damaging winds. So back to Missouri, let's take a look at these storms again. Okay, we just got a new CC scan, so that will be helpful. Kind of. Still is something kind of in there. That is intriguing. Still not exactly lined up though with that area of rotation, but there is something just like a minute behind on the CC. That's 9:37. That's 9:39. I don't know, something intriguing in there. Can't say it's a tornado on the ground yet. Still generally rotation in there near Bismarck and just crossing areas like Holiday Shores, approaching Farmington. Still also seeing some spin in the northern portion of this. Almost a little QLCS situation. This area right around Leadwood has surged out. So there still is inflow in here near Terre du Lac. So seeing a newer area of circulation. The original tornado warned circulation, I think, has pretty much gone away. That would be north of Bonne Terre. Does not look imminently tornadic. Now, more concern for me are the two southern areas. One has kind of broadened, and then this newer area around Leadwood, approaching Park Hills. Still also seeing a big batch of gusty winds in there. We'll see how far east this gets, but there's kind of the current timing of that line. Park Hills, 5 minutes or so. Doe Run, 10. Farmington, 15. Bonne Terre, it's right around now. So same for Iron Mountain and Bismarck. And if it holds together, we'll keep an eye on it. See, about 40 minutes to the I-55 corridor west of St. Mary. Interesting little cell. Everybody else behaving pretty good. Those storms are almost through the Salem area. Severe storms back towards Salem, Shannon, and Dent and Texas counties in Missouri. And then, yeah, still primarily seeing two areas of circulation, one approaching Park Hills from the west, the other just passing the Bismarck, approaching Doe Run and Farmington. Basically seeing these little notch features in here. One kind of right here, and then the other one right here. Maybe run those a little bit high, right in here. Yeah. Still seeing those two notch features. Not sure why we're not getting as timely of correlation coefficient updates from the weather office there, the radar out of St. Louis. Yeah, if you're in that area from Bonne Terre, Park Hills, Farmington, definitely time to get to that tornado safe spot if you haven't already. These are pretty much closing in on you in the next couple minutes. Especially Bonne Terre, Park Hills, it's going to be just another couple minutes. And rotation detector picking up that it's more of a QLCS, a little bit of embedded line segment or a lot little spins in the line. Yeah, we get these little surges out like here, and then there's these weakness areas where we get the inflow that gets things spinning. Rotation in here and rotation just to the west of Park Hills. That may be the stronger of them right now. Near Gumbo between Leadwood and Park Hills. And the other area just west of Doe Run. There is also some hail in this storm now showing up near Bonne Terre. This kind of area in purple. A little bit of a hail core also showing up. Spectrum width also showing this decently in here. Here's kind of your leading edge where these little S curves happen, like this one here near Doe Run, this one near Park Hills. That's where we see those more chaotic winds with the spectrum width. That's showing that along the leading edge there. Anywhere along this leading edge, you could get a quick spin up tornado, but especially those little more concentrated areas. That one is one to watch for sure. Unfortunately, we're getting a bit of a hail spike in here. You can see these very lateral lines of the correlation coefficient. That is indicating a three-body scatter spike, and because the radar beam is shooting through this hail core in here near Bonne Terre, that's creating basically a little bit of a CC shadow. Essentially, the radar beam comes out of the St. Louis area, it hits the hail core in here. It bounces off the hail, it goes down to the ground, back up, and then back to the radar site. So you get these little um, these scatter spikes in the shadow of that. So some of this is going to be a little inconsistent data, and unfortunately, that's a problem because yeah, our radar beam is out this way to the north. The hail core is just tucked up in here, and it's kind of blocking the radar's view of that low level circulation. But things are pretty intriguing in here. I would definitely be in my safe spot if I was in the Doe Run and Farmington area, as well as the area around Park Hills. North of Bonne Terre, it's not quite as tornadic, I think, right now. As these cell mergers happen, there is a little bit of a uptick in the hail just north of Farmington and in this small little cell out ahead, too. Yeah, you can still see kind of the general spin in there. This is all surging to the southeast. This is kind of lifting up into the body of that storm. So, yeah, the whole thing is kind of spinning now with a couple localized areas near Park Hills and near Farmington. Let's see. I don't think it is the Festus area. Let's see. Yeah, Festus, you're way north of that. So this is all sinking south of Festus. Jefferson County in Missouri, you guys are all in the clear for this tornado warning storm. It's going to be an issue towards potentially towards St. Genevieve County. Keep an eye on this storm. And someone asked about Perryville earlier. This is a storm to watch if you're in Perryville. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for staying tuned. You may get some lightning. Watch out if you're, outside or have any outdoor activities here. South end of Jefferson County, DeSoto, Olympia Village, Somerset. Definitely a lot of lightning in there. Yeah, if anyone has any location near this, you may be getting your sirens going off. Um, your phone alerts may go off too, based on where your cell phone towers are. So someone technically could live over here in St. Genevieve County, and their cell phone tower may be in the warning polygon, so their phone alerts may be going off because of where your cell phone tower is, or because there's now a tornado warning for those areas. They are going to continue that for St. Genevieve, St. Francois, and Madison counties, all in southeast Missouri now. Located over Park Hills or New Farmington, and that's east at 35.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And they're warning it for that Park Hills area of rotation, but there is another secondary area of rotation near Doe Run as well. So both of those areas deserve watching as they continue to work towards the east at 35. This is a great case for the line track tool. There it goes. That was acting up a minute. All right, there we go. The general leading edge of this storm, where there's a couple different circulations. Farmington in about 2 minutes or less, and then Corners 32. If it does hold together towards St. Mary, Missouri, looks like that's along the Mississippi River. That's about 45 minutes. And then if it holds together, about 55 minutes to Perryville. So definitely towards the I-55 corridor, a little more populated areas. We will watch this come out of the higher terrain of the eastern Ozarks into more of the mid-Mississippi Valley. Yeah, for some reason getting some laggy CC, but still seeing that general rotation in there. Yeah, you're going to see a lot of lightning. If you're south of St. Louis and look towards the south, this whole complex has a decent amount of lightning with it. Let's see. Right now, nothing down towards eastern Arkansas or the Boot Heel, but we'll keep an eye on those areas. Far southeast Missouri, too. Nothing really going on down there. Okay, that's what I thought. I asked if you were in the chat earlier, Sarah. I wasn't sure if it was St. Francois or St. Francis County. You guys dropped your French pronunciation, so yeah. It is St. Francis County. Kimberly and Dislodge? Yeah, that sounds right. That's we just called that a little bit ago. Where is that? Okay, yeah, you're in it right now. Looks like that tornado threat is just to the east southeast of Dislodge. Stay in your safe place a few more minutes there around the Park Hills area. And then also approaching right now into the south sides of Farmington. Although it looks like it's broadened out just in the last couple minutes. But yeah, those tornadic circulations will be on the east side of Park Hills. Give it a few more minutes, Kimberly, and you'll be in better shape. But yeah, the wind probably picking up pretty good. And then also this area near Doe Run. Yeah, Doe Run is also starting to surge out with some pretty good winds in here. That'll also cross the Farmington area regardless of any tornadic circulations. See where it's kind of bulging out here. That is also a general area towards the Perryville, Fredericktown. Keep an eye on some damaging wind potential. Kind of cross that area right near you pretty good. If Kimberly's still there, I'm thinking it probably wasn't on the ground. So that's good confirmation that Kimberly still has internet and still active in the chat. Yeah, give it a couple more minutes technically. Although that air rotation just to the southeast side of Park Hills. Josie and Bon Terre, not anymore. Hopefully, a couple minutes ago you were worried, but right now that tornadic threat has pushed to the south and east of Bon Terre. Still technically in that tornado warning another 2 minutes, but they'll let that drop out, and Bon Terre will officially be out of the warning polygon. Yeah, Josie, you're safe now. Lucas, welcome, welcome. Park Hill, just on Highway 8. Yeah, Park Hills, you want to stay in that tornado safe space another couple minutes. It does look like that circulation is now passed. It's basically south of Park Hills, a general broad circulation approaching Farmington near the St. Joe State Park. Seeing less of a circulation on that northern side where there was one earlier. It seems like it's trying to localize more into one area of rotation. Not super strong, but still in there kind of broadly around Farmington and south of Park Hills. Yeah, if you let's see, Lucas, Highway 8. Lucas, if you're on Highway 8, like just north or west of Park Hills, you're in a little bit better shape. Can't fully clear you officially, but it looks like that area of circulation is down along 67. Where does Highway 8 go? Highway 8, does it end at, does Highway 8 end at Park Hills? Looks like it might. Trying to map it out. It looks like it might end at Park Hills. So yeah, if you're like Highway 8, Park Hills, back towards Potosi, you're in better shape. Bismarck, same thing. The worst of your storm is now east of Bismarck. So if you're in Bismarck, Irondale, up towards Bon Terre and back towards Potosi, still a strong storm right now, but the tornadic part of the storm has moved towards Farmington. Yeah, if you're out ahead of this in this tornado warning, You do need to get to your tornado safe space, lowest level into your room, away from doors and windows. Trailers are not safe for tornado warnings. Trailers and mobile homes are technically not even safe for considerable threat to destructive severe thunderstorms, regardless of a tornado risk. But yeah, you want to be in a structure that has a permanent foundation for tornadoes. This is from Madison, St. Genevieve, and St. Francis counties in southeast Missouri. Yeah, if you're up 67, Olympia Village north, you're in better shape. There is a pretty good, again, beyond the tornado risk, there is a wider area of damaging winds surging out. This bulge of wind in here, this peach color around Doe Run. Those are some pretty strong winds surging out, pushing towards the east-southeast in that 50 to 60 mile an hour range. And then, yeah, seeing that broad circulation now over Farmington. So if you're in the Farmington area, you want to take those tornado safety precautions. They have allowed that original tornado warning to expire. So those were all those areas around Bonne Terre. Bismarck, you're officially out of that tornado warning. Park Hills, you're still officially in the tornado warning. It's too close to call you officially out of that threat, but that tornadic part of the storm has moved to the east of Park Hills. If you're in this area, Park Hills, Des Lodge, hopefully I'm saying that right, I would just be in my safe space another few minutes, just let this storm pass. But yeah, they are continuing to trim that warning polygon up a little bit. Still radar indicated rotation, still moving east at 35, located over Farmington. So they've also trimmed and recentered that area of rotation. So that gives me a little more confidence to for the Park Hills people that are watching tonight. And yeah, you may get those reactivated alarms as they kind of re-up this tornado warning, just like we're seeing it flash and stuff again. You may get some new updated phone alerts and everything, but if you're in Bonne Terre, Bismarck, Iron Mountain, that tornadic part of your storm has moved to the east. But if you're anywhere in that flashing area, do you want to take your tornado safety precautions, including out towards St. Mary along the I-55 corridor, down towards Connors or Corners, it looks like, right on the edge of the warning polygon, Parker Lake, and then back towards Libertyville, Knob Lick, Chestnut Ridge, Kaufman, Clearwater. Let's see, Ozora, Copper Mine. Hopefully seeing some communities that you may recognize. And yeah, generally rotation is centered around the Farmington area, just crossing US 67. That circulation is going to be tucked back in the rain a little bit over the Farmington area. So yeah, it's going to be hard to see. You don't want to be outside trying to spot a tornado. It's going to be tucked back up in the rain. Yeah, St. Mary's, I would be in my safe place there if I was in St. Mary. Still got a couple more minutes for you guys, but yeah, right now that circulation back towards Farmington. I'll take this out again from the leading edge of the storm complex. That may give you an extra minute or two as well. But St. Mary, roughly about 30 minutes until the edge of that storm is approaching you guys, and then another maybe minute or two back into the storm is that circulation. Perryville, roughly about 39 minutes or so. Yeah, if I had to bet, Sarah, I think it would probably go south of there. I can't officially clear them. They're technically in the warning polygon, but also I don't know exactly if people live in St. Mary proper or if they say they live in St. Mary and they are out here towards I-55 where it's a little closer. So it's a little, you have to kind of know you a little bit, but generally that circulation may slide south of St. Mary as long as it doesn't pull towards the north. It's more in a line for like maybe splitting the difference between Perryville and St. Mary, but keep an eye on it. Perryville not in a warning, but definitely stay tuned to us as well as your phone alerts and your NOAA weather radio. Make sure you have your alerts turned on because this generally is also motioning towards the Perryville area. Let's see. On Park. I've not heard of that one. Um, oh, that is weird. I don't know, Addie. The overlay may have went down. Let's see. I'll try and reset the overlay, but that might be not my issue. Well, that's interesting. On Park St. Genevieve. It's not pulling up. Let me zoom in. If you're, it looks like most of St. Genevieve County on the southern side is in the tornado warning. Let's see. Deloge? Did I say that right, Sarah? Deloge? Okay, cool. I'll remember that for the next time. This area is definitely an area that gets tornado warnings and tornadoes from time to time. Some good news here. This has broadened some as it's come across the Farmington area. Yeah, it's surging out as a big bowling ball of wind, but general rotation has weakened some. We're seeing not as tight of a couplet here. We're seeing these greens headed towards the radar and the reds headed away. And if you look in here, there's kind of this gray blob. That shows that things are a little bit more loose. Could stuff localize? And there's a little localized, little tighter area right there, kind of. Maybe another one right there. But yeah, things could localize pretty quickly. But in general, it has broadened just in the last couple minutes. Pretty good surge of wind, though. Crossing 67 just south of Farmington, just north of Fredericton. You're not in the warning polygon, but may get some gustier winds down that way, too. Yeah, and this is our general area of rotation. Farmington and just east of Farmington along highway. Yeah, I guess that's yeah 00 00 00 maybe, yeah, 00. So that's highway 00, I guess, and also highway 32. Okay, that checks out. Physique lifter there. Had some objects moved out into the yard. Yeah, that checks out because Doe Run, you guys had that. It's hard to say. That could have been a weak tornado in the Doe Run area earlier, or it could have been these straight line winds that came through. Either way, glad you're doing okay there, Physique. And it was mostly just cosmetic, maybe, but yeah, hard to tell. Could have been a weak tornado. Could have been that damaging winds rolling through. But that gives you an idea that there are pockets of damaging wind in here, as well as potential for some quick spin up tornadoes. That's moving generally between Farmington and Fredericton now with the heavier winds. Still seeing kind of broad rotation in there east of Farmington. Yeah, and they will weaken as they get west. If you're west of 67, those winds will weaken pretty quickly. Yeah, make sure you're on a live stream. You can go to the click on your YouTube stream and click the live button. Make sure it has a little red live logo kind of next to it. Just always double check any live stream. It seems like I sometimes do that too on watching others people's streams. It seems like if you watch the live stream long enough, it'll kind of get behind. But just make sure every now and then you click that live button on your stream. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, Caleb. I think it has weakened. I think it got a little too ahead of itself, but we may have had a couple quick spin ups. It's hard to tell, but right now it has weakened as things have surged out a little further. Yeah, it's still there. It's still a tornado warning, but it's less of a tornado risk at the moment. It could re-tighten, it could relocalize, but right now it is a little bit less pronounced. I do want to check just everybody else, making sure we're okay. We had some questions earlier about Northeast Arkansas. You guys are quiet for now, as well as Southeast Missouri, quiet for now. Watching any storms back here across South Central Missouri, West Plains to about Yellville and Mountain Home. Anything kind of acts up there, those would be storms to watch for Southeast Missouri and Northeast Arkansas. None of those right now are severe. They're just kind of scattered storms. The more concentrated activity right now is across East Central Missouri and into Southeast Missouri around Farmington, Fredericton, approaching Perryville and St. Genevieve. That's where you have this kind of line segment that's sagged south over the last couple hours. And the leading edge of that has surged out a little bit. A couple little outflow boundary and interactions that went a little bit crazy for a little bit with a couple tornado warnings as it surged south, and yeah, a couple interactions there, pretty interesting. That has continued to surge out. It continues to broaden a little bit, so we still see broad radar indicator rotation in southern St. Genevieve County, southeastern St. Francis County, and northeastern Madison County. They have increased the speed to about 45 miles an hour. Some good news, they have also trimmed it up. So Park Hills, officially out of the warning polygon. Bon Terre, you guys have been out of it for a little while. And then Farmington, it's the west side of Farmington. If you're west of 67, you're also out of the warning polygon. Farmington and points east, just give it another couple minutes. It does appear like any tornado risk would be east of Farmington, but they have technically not trimmed you guys from the warning polygon. We'll also see if this wind surge can relocalize a new area. It is still surging out here. We'll see if it tries to retighten a little area on kind of the leading edge of this. These are winds going towards the radar in the green and reds going away from the radar. And you can kind of just tell it is a little more outflow driven right now. This big bulge has surged out. It's not a super balanced area of rotation. But yeah, if there's anything, it's going to be east of Farmington now. Yeah, where these and interestingly, some of this wind is outside of the warning polygon, but yeah, there is potentially some 60 plus mile an hour winds in this little orange pinkish color. They have also warned out ahead of this. The National Weather Service out of Paducah has warned a area of severe thunderstorm warnings for Bollinger, Perry, and Cape Girardeau counties in southeast Missouri, and that is for 60-mile winds and nickel-size hail. They, I think, have rightly warned some of these areas south of where the current warning is because this particularly this bulge of wind continues to sag towards the south. So Sedgwickville, Oak Ridge, even areas like Marquand and especially north of there need to watch out for some isolated damaging wind potential. And Fredericton, you're not in a warning, but if you are in the Fredericton area, I would just be away from windows. Make sure there's no trees above you because there is, even though you're out of the warning polygon for the tornado threat, there is some damaging wind potential headed your way. What county is this? Madison County. Madison County, probably like the half of Madison County here, should have at least a severe thunderstorm warning. This area along Missouri Highway 72 has a little bit of a higher end chance for severe winds. But yeah, if I was in Madison County, around the Fredericton area, I'd just be kind of tucked away, making sure you're in a sturdy structure away from windows. And this may try to relocalize again. We'll have to see. It surged out, it kind of broadened out. May try and tighten up again. Kind of still watching this area in here. If it continues to surge out and tighten and focus a new area of rotation, it'd be in this area, generally west of Perryville. James, thanks for the jewels. Billy, thanks for the jewels. Always appreciated. Storm Team, welcome back. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the Warn relay. I tried resetting it. So there are warnings in progress, even though the overlay is not showing it. And unfortunately, I don't really have a quick fix for that. Good news is we're not in a big outbreak. I'm not having to deal with other warnings right now. They're pretty much all localized into eastern Missouri. There are warnings also in Texas for severe thunderstorms, but for tornadoes, we're really focused in a fairly small area tonight. Severe thunderstorms are pushing into the Lubbock area with some 60 to 65-mile-an-hour winds potentially in here. Still seeing those winds pushing towards Lubbock, but yeah, mostly things are calming down somewhat in the Texas Panhandle. And interestingly, this tornado warning is outside of the tornado watch right now, but and I will say St. Mary technically in the warning for the tornado warning, but it does look like this rotation is likely going to pass south of St. Mary. And generally in this area, it's more of a focus towards the Perryville, Longtown, Old Appleton. Yeah, it continues to sink towards the south and east, and they just have canceled St. Mary from that warning polygon at the top of your screen there. So St. Mary's strong storm potentially still headed your way, but the tornado warning trimmed back a little bit, which is a good thing. So yeah, that is just very southwestern or southern St. Genevieve County, and then trimmed to portions of Madison, northern Madison, and southeastern St. Francis County. Farmington, you guys have also been trimmed officially from that warning. So if you're along 67 in the Farmington area, you're in good shape. Doe Run, Iron Mountain, Leadwood Park Hills, no longer a severe or tornado risk. Some pockets of wind also in these storms back here. They're not severe at the moment. They were stronger up towards Salem. And there is also a flash flood warning that continues for northern Washington as well as northern Crawford counties. Quite a bit of rain has fallen in those areas, up to about 3.5 inches of rain in localized spots between Sullivan and Steelville. The rain has ended, luckily, but it takes a little while for things to drain. So just make sure you turn around, don't drown. And even outside of that, there could be localized, very isolated pockets of flash flooding. These are hilly terrain, a lot of wooded terrain, hills and hollers. Anywhere in this area, you could get some isolated flash flooding. Just make sure, turn around, don't drown. Please take the long way home. Even if it's an inconvenience, it's better to take the long way home. Yeah, hopefully, I mean that's the one good thing. If there's an event going on there in Perryville, they are getting the severe thunderstorm warning first. This is out ahead of that severe complex. So yeah, hopefully organizers have their phone alerts turned on and making sure they're up to date on the weather. But yeah, those storms are generally headed towards the Perryville area. Get a new track on those from about Fredericton, kind of taking up the leading edge of those storms. The tornado warning says about 45 miles an hour. The severe thunderstorm warning says 40. I'll take it out at 45 just to give anyone an extra minute or two. But Perryville at 45 miles an hour is going to be about 18 minutes, a little more if it is towards 40. And then Oak Ridge, 33. St. Mary, even though you're out of the tornado warning, you're still going to get strong storms. Those are going to be arriving in about 10 minutes or so. And then Altenburg, if that holds together, 40 minutes. We'll see if it gets that far, but Sedgwickville, about 20. It's going to continue from about Fredericktown along Highway 72 towards Oak Ridge, and then also Old Appleton, about 31, Longtown, 25. Still seeing some general broad rotation in there. It's roughly about, let's see, let's get a mileage for you. It's roughly about 13 miles west of Perryville. East southeast is the trajectory on that. Yeah, let's see. We can plot it out too a little bit. There's that rotation there. Back to Farmington. Sometimes it's nice to do this manually. And then back there. Okay, if you can kind of connect the dots, that shows you where it's going. So for that broad area of rotation right now, that's going to be generally the area of rotation generally kind of like this area, but I did track out a few minutes ago the broader storm complex because there are damaging wind potential, like in this area here, south of the tornado potential. So, area of rotation itself, Perryville about 18 minutes, and Old Appleton about 31. But yeah, the general track of this is about east southeast. Mine Lamont. Hopefully saying that right. I just saw it on here. Yeah, you guys are in those winds right now. You're right on the edge of that tornado warning, so just make sure you're tucked away, low level into your room, away from the doors and windows, and you're in the heaviest wind right now. So let that big burst of wind pass, and then you'll be much clearer here in the next couple minutes. Don't see one on the ground right now, Hunter, but there is a broad area of spin. The tornado warning extends another 5 minutes. I'm thinking they'll probably just let the warning expire since it is broadened quite significantly in the last couple minutes, but there still is broad spin in here that we'll have to watch for any centralization, relocalization of it. But yeah, generally broad spin right in there. And they are continuing the Paducah National Weather Service with a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. That's for Bollinger, Perry, and Cape Girardeau counties, southeast Missouri. That line of storms from Weingarten to near Womack, southeast at 40. Yeah, still watching that storm. Some stronger storms also popping up along the Mississippi River Valley. Nothing severe right now, but then watching this storm. Interesting little something in there. Hail has maybe come up a little bit near the Ozark National River ways, the Sunken Land Conservation Area north of Eminence. Pretty strong storm. Still getting a new warning. There are isolated severe storms on the Texas Panhandle and also the New Mexico border. Central Lea and Gaines counties in western Texas and eastern New Mexico. 60-mile-an-hour winds there. Was another question while we were in New Mexico. Las Vegas, New Mexico. You guys are in the clear now. Those strong storms pushed through earlier. Still some isolated showers and still some isolated showers, but the severe weather has pushed well to your south and southeast. Okay, they have allowed that tornado warning to expire, at least for now. That includes Farmington, Fredericktown, St. Genevieve. No tornado warning in progress at the moment. Still a little surprised we don't see a severe thunderstorm warning around the Fredericton area. But the leading edge of that starting to push into the next warning polygon. This is going to be areas north of Marble Hill, as well as Oak Ridge and Perryville. Yeah, that storm doesn't look imminently tornadic anymore. Still seeing some broad spin in there, but it is more of a damaging wind risk with this bulge of wind in the reds and pink colors you see. That will approach Perryville, Longtown, Old Appleton, Oak Ridge, Sedgwickville. So yeah, more of a wind threat right now. Also, pretty good batch of lightning in there. Make sure you're not in a bathtub, not doing stuff with water like washing dishes, things like that. And certainly avoid. I don't think there's too many landline cell phones. Used to talk about avoiding landline phones and things, but I guess we really don't use those anymore. But a lot of lightning, so take your lightning safety precautions and also your damaging wind precautions in here. And they do have that tornado possible tag, so they do note that if it spins up and tightens up quickly, we could get a new tornado warning. Right now, it's downtrended. It's been on a broadening and weakening trend as far as that area of rotation, but the damaging wind risk still continues into southeast Missouri. Hey, Jocelyn. Yeah, you're okay. Deloge, I think that's how you guys pronounced it early. Deloge, Park Hills. You're outside of the tornado warning, and things should be calming down. You may still hear some lightning or see lightning and hear thunder, but things are calming down. Bonne Terre, Park Hills, Farmington. Good night, Christian. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, you're okay there in Deloge. No, you're good. Don't. That's why we're on. That's why we're covering severe weather. If you're new here, give us a like and subscribe. Click the bell icon. WeatherCast Live here. We focus on no hype, science-based weather communication. So We do have quite a bit of subscribers that have storm anxiety and things like that. Definitely want to keep you safe, give you the right call, the realistic call of what we're seeing here. And yeah, we try and avoid the clickbait. That's why I think, what does our stream say? Tornado possible or something in Missouri. We don't have those like wild headlines you may see on some other streams that say like tornado outbreak or anything like that. There's nothing like that going on right now. It's actually a fairly isolated tornado risk tonight. So yeah, we try and tell it like it is, and hopefully add to some of the warning times, and also communicate National Weather Service info and try and break it down. Sometimes a little scientific and try and simplify it a little bit. Springtown, Missouri, near Potosi, you're going to be in better shape there. Definitely watch out for the flash flood issue if you're north of Potosi in Washington County. Take a closer look just to double check, but Springtown, Missouri. Did I grab that right? Well, it took me to a Springtown up by Jefferson City. If you're in that area, you're good too. But if you're in the Potosi area, better shape there. Lost power in Farmington. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there's some power outage issues. I don't think we've had any large tornadoes or any long track tornadoes. If we had any, it's been some quick spin ups, but there has been a swath of potentially some damaging wind, and that could take out trees and cause power outages alone. So yeah, that's what this is bringing. If you're east of this, Perryville, Longtown, Oak Ridge, Sedgwickville, potential for some power outage issues, potential for damaging winds, tree falls, and an isolated brief tornado risk. Although, again, that continues to diminish. It doesn't look nearly as tornadic as it was earlier. It does not have a tornado warning on it. So I think that's a good call by the National Weather Service. Okay, Mineral Point. Yeah, that comes up, I think. If I zoom in. Yeah, there's Mineral Point. Yeah, you're in good shape there. Oh, there's Springtown. Yeah, it comes up if I zoom in really tight. Okay, cool. You, again, like I think we talked about someone in Park Hills. If you're in that Potosi area, you may see lightning. You may hear thunder. It's all really to the south of you guys. But those storms are, again, working away from those areas that had the warnings earlier. Thank you, Mike. How does Cape Girardeau look? We're keeping an eye on Cape Girardeau. Cape Girardeau down here near Jackson. You got some showers and storms right now, but watching this complex of strong to severe thunderstorms. These will work towards Cape Girardeau in the next hour to 2 hours or so. Depends on which part you get. You may get this leading edge is severe right now. We'll see. If it dips further to the south, you could get in on that. It may pass a little bit further to your north, in which case you may get more of the backside of that, which takes a little longer to get to you. So yeah, keep an eye, Cape Girardeau, minimum at least about the next hour, and then it could go a little longer if you kind of miss that leading storm and get some stuff back here. Closest severe storm to Cape Girardeau is about 34 miles to your northwest. Oh yeah, that's a big change. Idaho to Farmington, Potosi area. That's, yeah, you're going to be in some different weather situations. The good news is this is a one and done for the most part. If you're behind this line of storms, you're in much better shape. So St. Louis, pretty much those strong storms have skipped you guys. Union, Jefferson City, Rolla, Lebanon, Steelville, Potosi, Farmington, Hillsboro, all good for the rest of the evening. There's not like more storms or more tornadoes behind you. If you're out ahead of this, though, Jackson, Cape Girardeau, Charleston, Poplar Bluff, Greenville. You do have to keep an eye on this for the next couple hours. And you don't have to stay up, and I know it's starting to get late. You don't want to stay up in Poplar Bluff or Dexter, those sort of areas. Just make sure you have ways to get warnings. Make sure your phone alerts are turned on your phone settings. And if you have a NOAA weather radio, make sure that's turned on. Batteries charged and all that. Back to the west, Fredericktown, Ironton, Annapolis, Centerville, Ellington, back through Eminence, Missouri. Seeing some strong storms, but right now not severe. A couple pockets of some stronger winds in there north of Eminence. And then near the Centerville area, another pocket also south of Ironton. But yeah, the strongest storms are this leading edge complex here towards Perryville. That'll be pushing in the next couple minutes. Yeah, Chris is correct there. They have allowed that tornado warning to expire. So we don't have a tornado warning in progress right now. So the tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. And yeah, it does not look imminently tornadic. It is more of a damaging wind risk. We can see the bulge of green and blue colors. Those are all winds headed towards the radar site. We've switched radars. It's closer to the Paducah, Kentucky radar site. So those are greens headed towards Paducah. And not seeing really much in the way of reds that head away from the Paducah radar. Seeing some broad reds going that way, and they're separated. They're not close to each other. It's not tight rotation. It's very broad at the moment. We can also see that in general in the reflectivity. We see this broad S shape. There's not really any really distinct tight area of rotation. If I back it up, even back just a few minutes ago as it was coming out of the Farmington area, we see it's an S shape, but it's a little bit more of a pronounced S. We see this little inflow notch kind of feature. That's a little bit tighter there. That's when it was tornado warned a few minutes ago. Now, if you kind of look at that broad area, how it's broadened out, I drew it wrong, but it's smoothed out. That's indicating more of that damaging wind risk, that bulge and that backward C shape versus more of the notching that we see with a tornado. So yeah, still significant winds, still potential for severe wind, but less of a tornado risk, at least at the moment, approaching Perryville, Marquand, Oak Ridge. Hey, Storm Chaser Noah, welcome back. Yes, welcome to our new viewers, and like and subscribe. Click the bell icon. It helps get our life-saving weather information out to more people. Helps the YouTube algorithm pick up on our no hype, science-based weather communications. And yeah, feel free to also subscribe. Click the bell icon. It really helps the channel, but also helps you guys get some life-saving weather information. They have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning. And I do apologize, our overlay isn't working. I don't know why it glitched out. Of course, at probably the worst time to glitch out, but we aren't getting quite... normally got some warning pops up on the screen, but see if I can refresh those. Obviously, I'm more concerned about getting out the information, especially when we were at the tornado warning a little bit ago, than resetting a overlay, but yeah, so that is weird. It may just come back once the server catches up or something. This new warning is for Reynolds County in southeast Missouri, moving east at 45, and that is an area 60-mile-an-hour winds, pretty much. There may be some hail also in here. Interestingly, they're not warning it for hail, but the hail core has picked up in this cell. Yeah, seeing a couple different products here, looking at the radar, looking at basically the size of the radar of what the radar is seeing. And this shows us also with the correlation coefficient. There's some larger hail in here too. Potentially inch and a half, maybe golf ball size hail. That's headed towards the Logan Creek Conservation Area just north of Ellington. That may work its way towards Centerville, Missouri. Heads up there around Ellington, Missouri along Highway 21. And this area does have a little bit of broad spin in it too. So it does have a tornado possible tag like our storm out east. Tornado possible tag means the National Weather Service is watching it. It's broad rotation, not to the level that needs a tornado warning, but something to watch. And yeah, there's broad rotation in there. Very broad at the moment, but again, we'll kind of keep our eye just like the other storm to see if anything localizes. And yeah, a little concerning that the hail core is picked up in that cell. That cell's certainly beefy enough to have a hail core. It has about 55,000 foot tops. So definitely up way past where most aircraft fly. Yeah, that's a dangerous storm. Okay, it looks like our pop-ups are working again, so that's a good sign. Looks like our the server may be catching up for the warning polygons for the overlay. All right, we'll see if it works. But yeah, areas around Ellington, it's gonna be a pretty strong storm there up towards Centerville. Potential there for damaging winds, large hail, and a tornado possible. This area has relaxed just a little bit, still seeing those gusty winds between Fredericktown and Sedgwickville, approaching Perryville. Decent amount of lightning also showing up in this storm too, from St. Mary, St. Genevieve, down through Perryville, and back across Fredericktown, Ironton. The lightning has really increased on this storm too. In fact, this may be one of our stronger storms actually beyond the Perryville storm. This actually may be our strongest storm in Missouri at the moment. Ozark National Scenic River, east of Eminence, approaching Ellington. That is in Reynolds County, Missouri. So heads up there. Thank you, Lucas. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, let's see. Mr. Rich, definitely watching the Ellington area. If you're in the Ellington area, I would be in that lower level. You don't have to go to your tornado safe space, don't have to dive into the hiding hole, but definitely be on a lower level into your room. With a little bit of a large hail potential there, especially north of Ellington. Make sure there's no skylights above you, those sort of things. And then, yeah, certainly just being a sturdy structure, permanent foundation, that sort of thing. Up through about Centerville. Pretty dangerous storm at the moment. And then still watching those storms approaching Perryville, also crossing the I-55 corridor around Perryville, south of St. Genevieve, approaching Oak Ridge. It does look like at the moment that the strongest part of that storm may miss Cape Girardeau. So we were talking about that earlier. That storm continues to move east-southeast, but with the strongest portion potentially towards Grand Tower and Oak Ridge. Jackson may get close to it, northern Cape Girardeau County. Let's see, Freakland. If you're north or anywhere right around the Farmington area, you're in better shape. If you're down towards Fredericktown, this is still a strong storm. Fredericktown to Marquand. But if you're say north of the Fredericktown area towards Farmington, things will calm down somewhat here in the next couple minutes. Fabry, yeah, Farmington, much better shape. You're pretty much good to go for the rest of the evening. Still some showers around, still some lightning, but the severe risk has diminished for Farmington. anywhere really north of there too. Bonne Terre, Potosi, up towards the St. Louis area. No more severe risk tonight. The severe risk going forward into the evening here is going to be mostly into southern Missouri, south central Missouri, and portions of southeast Missouri. Yeah, give them a quick text or call. Maybe let them know, strong storm working in. This part of Missouri definitely no stranger to some strong storms around Ellington. I feel like we've tracked storms in this area before. There is also a bit of a localized flash flood risk too. This area has definitely a ton of heavy rain. Wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit more flash flooding in kind of this corridor here where storms are training across the same area. That could lead to some localized flash flooding. You can see how that leading edge kind of has surged forward, and then this area lags back a little bit. So that is going to add up those rain totals. Oh, it always had. It has, Caleb. It has at least since I used it, which was I think we switched over to um, April, late April, maybe March, early March. Yeah, it has both. It has the NATOcast 24 and 22 models, so certainly helpful. Anyone's watching from central Illinois, a cluster of storms working through central Illinois, but non-severe, just kind of general thunderstorms. And then if you're watching from the St. Louis area, things have calmed down. Storms kind of really split St. Louis. A few went north towards Carrollton, and then the stronger storms stayed south from Sullivan and Steelville back down to where they are now. So, yeah, St. Louis missed most of the action tonight. Stronger storms still, though, from central Missouri into eastern Missouri. Trying to catch up on chat. Hopefully, I didn't miss anything too much. A lot of people are checking in from the Farmington area. If I did miss your specific call out, I'm sorry about that. Um, but yeah, a lot of people checking in from the Farmington, Potosi, Bonne Terre kind of areas. You guys are in better shape now. No tornado warnings in progress. Your tornado warning has expired. Um, Someone say their sirens were still going off? If so, that's a community issue. That's not an issue, but a community specific thing with the emergency management. They may be warning for, sometimes they will warn for damaging to destructive winds or stuff like that. So some communities may warn for a tornado possible tag. So that's certainly a potential. But if you do have sirens going off and you're in Farmington or Park Hills area, there is no official tornado warning, and the strongest part of those storms have worked well to your south and east. So the severe threat really limited for those areas. Trying to catch up from Paducah. Farmington has a outflow boundary. Let's see. That would be a good thing if it does. Yeah, it might. Right on the leading edge of this. Not a big outflow boundary. But right in there, seeing those weaknesses in the radar. That means it's an outflow dominant storm. Caleb mentioned that just a couple minutes ago. Yes, seeing it right in there. That will limit any tornado potential, at least for that part of the storm complex. There is still a little area where there is some tornado potential. It is very weak. There's not really rotation there anymore, but you do have to watch areas where the outflow boundary connects back into the storm, which would allow for inflow. Not seeing a ton of that right now, but there is that potential. But yeah, outflow boundary means it's pretty much a damaging wind risk pushing towards Sedgwickville, Oak Ridge, through the Perryville area right about now. And then, yeah, stronger storms, Fredericktown, Ironton, Annapolis. And then we pick up our other tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Ellington and Centerville in Reynolds County. Some very heavy rainfall, some larger hail at times in this cell. And yeah, there has been some broad rotation in that too. Hail's not been the primary threat today. Radar estimates earlier picking up on a little bit larger hail in that storm. When it was back towards sunken lands. That area has shifted to the areas just north of Ellington, although it looks like the hail has come down just a little bit on that. This is another cell that's similar to how the Potosi storm was earlier, but it is kind of surging out a little bit with some outflow-driven winds. There is a little bit of a weakness in there in Reynolds County. And the Paducah National Weather Service has upgraded this to a considerable threat. Good news is they've dropped the hail to about nickel-size hail, still keeping that tornado possible tag. And then they have increased that to considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds. That is radar indicated. It does have a history of producing tree and power line damage in the Farmington area, which we actually had notes of here. I believe it was, who was that earlier? I apologize if I'm forgetting your name already, but someone in the Farmington area mentioned they had lawn stuff kind of thrown all over, tossed off the porch. So that checks out that we've had some of those 60 to 70-mile-an-hour winds. Let's see. Hail in Jackson doesn't look like. Where is Jackson? Jackson's down here, right at the end of the warning polygon. The part of the storm that's headed towards Jackson does not look like there's much of a hail threat with that storm. Watching a little bit of isolated larger hail back towards Ellington. But yeah, your storm not really being warned for larger hail. May get a pocket of nickel-sized hail in this storm, but I think if there's any hail, it's back up towards St. Mary or Perryville. It's mostly towards Jackson, going to be a damaging wind risk from the leading edge of that surge of wind. And then where you see those brighter blue colors, that's some of the heavier winds back in here along Missouri Highway 72. So Oak Ridge, Jackson, you guys are up next for some of those higher winds. Make sure you're away from windows, away from trees and stuff if you have trees on your property. Let's see. Ironton, Frequent, you're in better shape there. You're on the north side of the stronger portions of that storm. Still being a sturdy structure for a little while. A lot of lightning still around you guys. But yeah, those stronger storms have sagged to your south. So mostly south of Ironton, south of Fredericktown. And that other storm is staying south of you towards Ellington and Centerville. So you're in better shape there in Ironton. Let's see, Mr. Rich. Yeah, flash flooding definitely a concern. Some of these areas, I think Mr. Rich mentioned it earlier. Some of these areas had some devastating flash flooding in the eastern portions of the Ozarks just 2-3 weeks ago. So this area does not need a ton of rain, and it's only going to make things worse. If you do live in a flood-prone area, you do want to consider that. Yeah, no problem. Definitely trying to keep up on stuff. Let's see. Yeah, if I missed you, just comment back. If I missed you in chat, just give me a just repeat your question. I'll get to you. Let's see. Yeah, if someone was mentioning a bow echo, this is somewhat of a bow echo in here with this backwards C shape. So that is your backwards C shape here. That does indicate generally some damaging wind gusts in there. Not a super crazy pronounced one. It's not a derecho or a mesoscale convective system. But generally, if we see those backwards C shapes on the arc of that, on that leading edge, that's where we can expect some of those stronger winds. And seeing that basically also confirmed in the velocity scan. So this is showing us winds going towards the radar out of Paducah, generally sinking towards the south-southeast. So Oak Ridge, Jackson, Cape Girardeau still watching you guys. Not in a warning polygon yet, but wouldn't be surprised if that gets added in a few minutes. Pat, yeah, Farmington, you guys are okay. Sounds like some people earlier said the warning sirens were going off still around Farmington. That's a county emergency management issue. You guys are not in a warning for the Farmington area, Park Hills, Doe Run, Iron Mountain. You guys are good to go. Yeah, definitely trying to get it caught up. If we have a lot of severe weather, I will focus on that versus the chat. But especially right now, so we don't have any tornado warnings. I'm trying to catch up on the chat, and then somehow our warning overlay is not working. It will usually pop up county names and stuff when there are new warnings. But luckily, we don't have too many new warnings right now, so I can kind of manually keep up on those. We do have severe warnings in eastern New Mexico, as well as portions of western Texas around Seminole, Denver City, Hobbs, and Lovington. An interesting situation here. The storms are really dying off. This is a warning for the outflow boundary. It can be tricky because you may not hear lightning or not hear thunder or see lightning, but all of a sudden you're going to get a pretty big burst of wind in here, and maybe a sprinkle or a shower behind it. But yeah, this is going to be a quiet, gusty winds in here as those storms continue to die off in eastern New Mexico. But yeah, you can really see that outflow boundary surging out. They have dropped the rest of the warnings across the Lubbock area, so those storms calming down across the Texas Panhandle. And then yeah, watching it now basically southeast Missouri for a couple tornado possible tags. Actually, they've dropped both of the tornado possible tags, so that's a good sign there. Still seeing the strong storm around Ellington, Centerville, winds, and maybe a pocket of hail in there in Reynolds County, centered along Highway 21. That will approach Annapolis and Piedmont. And then they've trimmed up the warning fairly significantly here in eastern Missouri. So Perryville, you guys are not in that warning anymore. It's still a strong storm. I'd still just kind of be hunkered down for the next couple minutes. A lot of lightning also in this storm. St. Genevieve to Chester, right along the Mississippi River, pushing into western portions of Illinois, around Campbell Hill, Steelville, Illinois. We're going to get a stronger storm with a lot of lightning, but right now, not severe. And then they have backed off also the considerable threat. That checks out because if we back it up a few minutes, you can see those darker blues. Those are higher winds with the darker blue. And it's a little more of that teal and the brighter blues rather than the darker ones. So those are 50 to 60 mile-an-hour winds. Could get an isolated gust 60, 65, but yeah, back here when it was the darker blues, those are gusts, 65 to 70. That checks out. Yeah, no problem, Pat. Thank you, thank you. There's every county and community is different. There are counties that are a little more trigger happy with their warning sirens. That's a good thing to let people know outside, especially that there's severe weather coming, but then sometimes there's a little bit too many sirens, and that can be a bad thing too. So there's kind of pros and cons to each case. But yeah, if anyone still has warning sirens going off, there are no tornado warnings in progress at the moment. Yeah, the active warning count, that's just the overlay. That's not anything with my software. You can see there's a new warning that popped up on there. So I'm working off the warning software anyway, which is good. The overlays and fancy stuff is just mostly for you guys watching. Um, and it's helpful for me sometimes if there's a widespread severe weather event because I'll notice it too. But right now, not as big of a issue since we're only working a couple different warnings. But yeah, I'm kind of bummed. We have a lot of people watching and the fancy overlay isn't working. That's how it goes, I guess. Lost electric in Ellington. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. This is probably the strongest storm in progress at the moment. And it's right in Ellington, centered along Highway 21. It is working towards the east, though. Another cell kind of merging into the southern side of this. The good news is there's a lot of heavy rain in there, but that is moving fairly quickly. Back through Eminence and down towards Winona. Watching also southern Missouri as well as northern Arkansas. Some storms trying to go up right along the Arkansas and Missouri border. Models kind of switched back and forth on this area in southern Missouri, at least for severe weather. This all will continue to sweep towards the east, whether it's severe or not, but so you may get storms in southeast Missouri, kind of debatable if it's going to be severe or not. And then I think there was a little bit stronger of a cap in southwest Missouri, so we didn't really get storms as that cold front came through. But as that cold front continues to sag into Arkansas and the cap erodes into the nighttime, looks like we are probably going to get some storms across the Arkansas Valley region. Milwaukee this weekend. Oh boy. Ooh, rainy right now. Yeah, that's a lot of a soaking rain right now across Milwaukee. Not really a severe threat. Let's take a look here. We'll give you the quick rundown since there's no severe or tornado warning right now. So we'll get a look at the radar. Let's see. All right, this is a look at one of the later model runs. Let's get that pulled up. All right, never mind. Let me go quickly, real quick. Milwaukee overnight looks like more rain potentially into tomorrow morning. You're going to be kind of on the northern side of the system, so less of a storm risk, more of a rain embedded, less of a severe risk, more embedded storms and some rain, but eventually pulls out tomorrow. Maybe a better day Sunday. Yeah, no problem. Okay, I definitely saw a tornado warning pop up. Why did that pop up? Okay, I don't see one now. That's weird. Hmm. So it may not be a problem for the overlay because I did see a tornado warning pop up, but now it's not showing. So it may be an issue with the National Weather Service. They may be working on their back end stuff. You can see how that fell apart as it came across the I-55 corridor, the Perryville area. Some of the stronger storms up across Chester now into western Illinois. There are some other storms not severe into southern Illinois. This is generally on a weakening trend across the areas like Oak Ridge and Sedgwickville, Marble Hill. It is also generally a little bit more southeast, so Cape Girardeau, not in a warning yet. I wouldn't be surprised, Jackson, Cape Girardeau, if you get into a severe thunderstorm warning in the next few minutes. They may extend this out towards Scott City. Maybe not even that big. It might be more like this. I think there's still a wind risk in there. Marble Hill, Jackson, St. Cape Girardeau, Scott City. And yeah, the tornado risk has diminished across eastern Missouri. So that is a good sign to see. They did re-up that severe warning around Ellington. Still moving east at 45, 60-mile-an-hour winds. It must have been because it popped up. It definitely popped up, but then I didn't. They never actually did it. So yeah, still seeing that surge of wind in there too. What radar is this? Yeah, back in there. Still some pretty heavy winds. DeSoto, Illinois. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, in the Carbondale area, you're going to get some stronger storms in the next couple minutes. It does look like already some storms over that general area now, so you may already have some lightning and thunder. The storms that were severe warned earlier, no longer severe warned. They are weakening some. They may still have some gustier winds crossing basically the Mississippi River now. They were moving east at about 40, so I'm going to just kind of track that out based on that. Would put it into DeSoto at about a half hour. That's a little bit of a rough guess since it's not warned anymore, but yeah, still probably about 40. Again, not severe warned, but just kind of timing it out for our viewers there in Southwest Illinois. Carbondale, same thing, about 30 minutes. And then they have dropped that warning now for the Oak Ridge area. That's interesting. Still think there's some gustier winds in there. We'll see if they reissue a new one. So areas like Ellington along Highway 21, the strongest part of that storm has now pushed east of the Ellington area. Annapolis down to about Piedmont. That's where some of the stronger winds, potentially some embedded hail in there, inch or so. The hail cores come down on that cell. But yeah, the severe warned storm would be in southeast Reynolds County. We'll also see if that gets re-upped as a new warning east of there. But yeah, Ellington, quite a bit of rain. Let's take a look at these estimates. Yeah, there's pockets in here in the Ozarks that have definitely had an inch or so of rain. And then this is the area that's a little more concerning. Steelville, over towards Potosi, even close to Bonne Terre. Some of these areas have had multiple inches of rain, close to 2 to 3 inches, or even a little more than that. Bourbon, Cuba, Steelville, Potosi, potentially even a couple spots, 3.5 inches of rain. That's why the flash flood warning continues even after the storms have passed. That flash flood warning is set to expire in 35 minutes, but it takes a while for water to drain through and funnel into the creeks and streams. So there may be some isolated flash flooding even after that warning expires. Yeah, that's too, Mr. Rich. That's a good point. This is an area where there's a lot of float trips in here. A lot of the rivers are really popular in the summertime for floating. That's a dangerous situation because rivers can rise pretty quickly. You may be on float trips multiple days and camping along the riverbanks. That can be dangerous situations. Hopefully, people have ways to get warnings. If you know anyone that's out floating in the Ozarks tonight, I would maybe just give them a quick text or call. There are parts of this area that don't have a lot of cell coverage, so if you don't hear from them, don't freak out. But yeah, it may be a good idea to give some, if your loved ones are in this area and especially out in recreational opportunities, you may want to give them a quick call. Yeah, great point there, Mr. Rich. Thank you, Big Z. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, definitely give us a like and subscribe. It definitely helps the channel sending out this life and saving information. And yeah, you can connect with neighbors on. I see people that are in similar areas. It looks like connecting with each other, so that's cool on the chat as well. Southern Illinois looks like checking in pretty good tonight. Arpeggio, Eastern Virginia next week. Oh boy. I'll be honest, I have not done a lot of forecasting this week. I just got back from vacation myself late last night. So I'm not going to BS you, Arpeggio. I have no idea what the forecast is for next week. I will have to catch up on some forecasting, but no, I do not know. I did look earlier. I can pull it back up in the model run. It does look like if you're early next week, like Sunday, it does look like there is a bit of a storm risk in Virginia. I'll step through the weekend so you guys can see what's going on, but that's what we have right now. Those storms continue to progress to the east into the Ohio River Valley through the evening. Weekend should be less of a severe risk as they get into the Ohio River Valley, and then still kind of a messy night across portions of the Midwest. Tomorrow, though, that's where we do have to watch some severe storm activity from these areas, kind of down here, central Kentucky, middle Tennessee, even northern Alabama, and then the Ohio Valley around Cincinnati area. That's where tomorrow afternoon we may have a little bit more of a severe risk again. And then those will continue weekend after later into the evening tomorrow. But this is Sunday. Look at Sunday. And Sunday afternoon, it may be a little bit of a stormy weekend if you have beach plans, especially in the Carolinas, Virginia, into the evening and afternoon. The Mid Atlantic and the Carolinas may get some stronger storms, as well as you have any beach plans along the Great Lakes, like Lake Erie. Looks like Sunday maybe not the best beach day across the Erie Islands area of Ohio, those sort of areas. And I believe we do have, we do have a day 3 severe weather outlook for those areas, eastern Ohio, the upper Ohio Valley, down through portions of the Carolinas. It does look a little less concentrated right along the shore, but if you're inland a little bit, a little more storm chances there. And then here's that day 2 risk. This is for tomorrow, for Saturday. The Midwest and the Southern Plains clear out quite a bit. Areas that have severe storms now, it's going to be a little drier there tomorrow. You can see our slight risk, level 2 out of 5 tomorrow. Kentucky, Tennessee, Alabama, very corner of Georgia around Chattanooga. And one thing to note, this is always interesting. As someone in the chat, Caleb, I think it was, mentioned earlier, this is a kind of an AI learning. It's a newer tool, NATOcast, doing severe weather probabilities. But interesting, NATOcast actually focuses a little bit north of the Ohio River tomorrow for the better tornado chances. That's a little bit interesting compared to the National Weather Service, that does stretch a marginal risk up into that area and does have their tornado risk kind of extend up there, but not quite as much of the wind risk. It is more of a wind-driven enhanced tomorrow, but that is something to note because sometimes people look at the yellow color and kind of focus in on that area. If you do have plans in the Ohio Valley, there is a tornado risk that extends up into eastern portions of Indiana as well as western Ohio tomorrow. It's a low tornado risk, but not zero, and it's a little bit outside of the kind of the bullseye of maybe more active severe weather. Yeah, Arpeggio, tune back in, like and subscribe because I will. I'll put out a forecast video probably in the next couple days that goes out a little further into the weather patterns. Let's see. Hopefully, catching up on some stuff in chat. Thanks, Big Z. Appreciate it. Lightning almost nonstop in Royalton. Let's see. Yeah, Royalton was in somewhere in here, right? Carbondale, DeSoto kind of area. There it is, Royalton. Sometimes the town names change on the Zoom, but there's Royalton. Yeah, you're going to get quite a bit of lightning in the next couple minutes here. Decent amount of lightning also picking up into southern Illinois. That's in areas along the I-57 corridor, and then there's still a batch of pretty good lightning from Chester back to Ava. That's also working your way. Those storms continue to generally weaken across the Mississippi River Valley. But yeah, lightning has increased quite a bit in those areas south of Royalton. Same with a cell that's popped up over Scott City, Benton, Missouri. Pretty nasty little cell right there that's popped up. Maybe even some small hail in that near Commerce. The severe warning has been allowed to expire. They haven't re-upped it coming through the Jackson area. So it does look like that wind threat has diminished some, still likely just below severe limits. And then they've expired the warning around Ellington as well. So that's a good sign. No more severe warning. Still a strong storm Piedmont, Mill Spring, and Greenville, Missouri. A ton of lightning. This whole cluster. Yeah, this whole cluster from basically the Mississippi River back through Winona and Eminence has about 1,500 lightning strikes in the last 15 minutes. So that's a pretty potent system there. And then storms kind of lag back towards Thayer and then back into areas east of Mountain Home. The warning overlay never came back on. That's kind of unfortunate. Here's a look around the Thayer area. This is at the state line with Missouri and Arkansas. I'll keep this camera up because it's going to get a little stormy there in the next couple minutes. We'll see if we can catch some lightning. Those are non-severe storms back across the state line, but still a pretty punchy batch of lightning there. Thank you for the jewels there, Arpeggio. Hey, Pat, how's it going tonight? Good night, John. Have a good night. Thanks again for tuning in, and like and subscribe on the way out. That's funny how that works out, Rich. Yeah. I've had that happen a few times too, where I meet like multiple people from some small town, fairly far out of a big city or something. It's kind of interesting that happens. But I guess St. Louis is kind of the closest large metro, so that may draw people up that way. I guess that makes sense. But yeah, interesting. That's always interesting. I'm doing pretty good. It's been nice to get back in the studio. And yeah, I had a pretty long vacation already planned. I was bummed I missed some of the severe weather this last week, especially early this week. What was it, Sunday, Monday? Pretty widespread severe weather in the Midwest, and I already had the pre-planned and pre-booked vacation, so I couldn't really adjust to that. Like sometimes I do adjust the schedule, but generally this time of year is not the largest widespread severe weather days. But yeah, a little bummed I missed that, but happy to be back in the studio now. Yeah, entertainment and education and all that kind of stuff. Although southeast or southern Missouri or southern Illinois does have schools and stuff too. We are a weather specific channel, but you can kind of see that in the patterns too. If I zoom out, you can kind of see how St. Louis, the highway systems and stuff have kind of fingers that extend down into southern Illinois. So it does kind of show some of those you know, human patterns and stuff. And I'm sure if you looked at rail lines, it's probably similar to through history. So yeah, there is probably some human movement patterns that pull towards St. Louis as well. Right now, let's see, we have no active warnings, but I will stay on for a while and see if we get anything that pops back off because those storms in southern Missouri are still fairly active tonight. The other area that we had severe weather today is eastern New Mexico as well as the western Texas Panhandle. Those storms continuing across the Texas Panhandle, around Lubbock especially. Um, Strong storms, but not severe. And then storms have significantly weakened across eastern New Mexico. We do have some flash or flood watches in effect, so keep an eye on that if you're back in the Front Range, the southern portions of the Rockies, as well as tomorrow we may have some more storms in the Rockies. I mean, that may be true as well, to some extent there, Rich. Thanks for tuning in, Pat, from Moscow, Pennsylvania. Yeah, you guys may get storms, depending on where that is in Pennsylvania. You guys may get storms this weekend, too, especially it looks like Sunday, the second half of your weekend, may be a little stormier across the mid-Atlantic and Pennsylvania. Is there a new mesoscale? Let me check. Oh, there is a new mesoscale for just that little area. So yeah, there's still a pretty juicy environment out ahead of that. Trying to distill this down very quickly, but they're still watching that area. Localized damaging wind and or a brief tornado risk still possible with that cluster storms midnight to 1 a.m. That checks out. So yeah, keeping an eye. This is the stronger portion of that storm cluster. So that definitely checks out. This is going to continue to slide towards the Poplar Bluff area, Doniphan, Bloomfield, Advance, Williamsville in Missouri. If we get any more concentrated severe weather, it's likely going to be in this region here. There are some, again, feistier storms right on the confluence of the Ohio and Mississippi rivers, south of Scott City. Yeah, still a little feistier cluster there. And then also this area here has uptrended a little bit in the last hour or so. Southern Illinois. It's kind of maybe taken over some of the energy from this complex that's coming out of Missouri. Because that does continue to weaken. Storms about into Cape Girardeau with at least the heavier rain. And the wind gust, it is going to get windy across the Cape Girardeau, even though there's no severe weather warning in effect. Gusts in there, 30, maybe 40-mile-an-hour gusts. Let me turn it on. This may be one of those cases where it can turn the special weather statements on. They have dropped most of that tornado watch across southern Missouri. So areas like West Plains, Mountain View, Houston, Salem, all dropped from that tornado watch. Nothing really materialized down there. The cap was a little strong earlier this evening, and it's finally starting to break, but not as tornadic of an environment. Okay, Scranton, Pennsylvania. Yeah, I guess that's some pretty strong storms I feel like there the other day. Destin, we can check out Destin. I think Destin had strong storms yesterday, right? There was like a 70-mile-an-hour wind gust, I think. I remember right around Santa Rosa Beach yesterday. Yeah, strong storms again across the Florida Panhandle, pushing offshore of Destin. They are outflow dominant. So yeah, it looks like most of the damaging winds, if there are damaging winds, are offshore. Pretty strong complex of storms there. Gulf Shores, Pensacola, over towards Destin a little bit ago. And yeah, this outflow boundary will bring a little bit of a gusty breeze potentially towards Panama City. But yeah, clearing out, starting to clear out there around Destin, Mirabar Beach, Santa Rosa Beach, maybe skirting the coastline still a little bit. HRRR model takes storms still kind of along that Florida Panhandle, and actually even tomorrow morning picks up more storms in Florida. So it could be a stormy overnight into early morning tomorrow. And it could be a stormy day tomorrow too. If you have plans at the parks, especially northern and north central Florida, looks like a particularly stormy day. Unfortunately, for anyone that has Florida Panhandle beach plans, Sunday may have some storms as well by mid morning, or I guess about midday in the Eastern time zone and stuff. Hmm. Yeah, a bit of a stormy time down there. This is our latest HRRR run. I just kind of want to see what it does with these storms. Yeah, it does generally take that storm cluster towards Poplar Bluff next hour or so. We do have a special weather statement now in effect. This is just below severe limits essentially. Yeah, they trimmed it up quite a bit, but winds to 55 miles an hour, down to 50. I'm surprised there's no special weather statement for actually much of this line. So yeah, if you're getting any stronger winds in Cape Girardeau, it's going to be about now. Same for Jackson. Some gusty winds in there. Lightning has significantly dropped off in this part of the storm cluster, so a difference than a lot of times when we're talking about lightning increasing. If I zoom into this storm cluster alone, yeah, lightning has dropped off quite a bit. This area, though, still strong. We have rain falling on that camera yet? Yeah, we do. So storms are pushing through Thayer right now, through the areas around Cherokee Village. Mammoth Spring. That's where this camera above me is located. Thanks to iDrive Arkansas. I'll pull that up and you guys, there's a perfect shot there, lightning. Mammoth Spring is right on the state line there with Thayer, Missouri and Mammoth Spring, Arkansas. But that camera looks south. And yeah, you can see the rain falling, street lights there. See if I can get any more lightning shots on that camera. I mean, some people have to do it. I saw the trucker driving by there with the double trailers. I would not want to make that drive in the storms and in the Ozarks like that at nighttime. But hey, you got to do what you got to do. At least they're not super big storms across that area. But yeah, this Highway 63 gets pretty rugged in there in the northern portions of Arkansas. This storm cluster here has uptrended just a little bit east of West Plains. It's north of Thayer. Yeah, that's an area in Oregon County, Missouri. That's not a severe storm, but one to note. I believe it is, Mr. J. Bond. I believe it is. Let's see. Thank you, Rich. Yeah, have a great night. You too. If you're new here, like and subscribe. Click the bell icon. We haven't covered St. Louis like we did last year. Last year, it feels like almost every stream we were in St. Louis covering severe weather. So it's been a little quiet for our St. Louis followers this year. Nice. Thank you very much. Yeah, we can take a look since there are losing a little bit of severe weather around the Midwest. Let's take a look down here. Oh, yeah, that's a nice clear outflow boundary. This line here in the reflectivity, that's not rain. That's actually bugs and leaves and twigs and, well, not twigs, but bugs and leaves and dust, essentially. And actually, it's a really deep outflow boundary. It's very clear, and it shows up very sharply in the correlation coefficient. So, which makes sense. It's Florida. There's a lot of mosquitoes and bugs and things here out in the swamps. So yeah, that's picking up quite a bit of that. And that outflow boundary is rocketed out too. You can see how the storms are basically stayed up in this area, but this outflow boundary surges way out ahead. Very cool look there. Closing in on the Jacksonville radar. If you're down here, that outflow boundary can feel really nice. You get a nice little cool breeze that picks up. Those storms are generally on the weakening side out with the outflow dominant storm, but yeah, still a decent number of lightning strikes also in that complex. Storm should be more isolated into the southeast by now. Yeah, they're kind of fizzling across southern Georgia, extreme northern Alabama, or northern Florida. Those storms are actually pushing in from Georgia. But yeah, as we saw in the model data, it does support more storms overnight, right along the Florida Panhandle, and also then stormier day tomorrow. It looks like they've also kind of dropped those flood watches down across the western portions of Florida. So they've just added those in from Cedar Key down to Spring Hill, Florida. Flood watch until through Monday evening, so it could be a bit of a stormy weekend. Something to note there. And then those storms, as I think it was Caleb mentioned, with the outflow boundary, those outflow boundaries were being warned for 60-mile-an-hour winds earlier. They do have these special weather statements in this tan color, warned for about 55-mile-an-hour winds, so just below the severe limits. Could get some pretty nasty winds in here from Carlsbad, New Mexico, back across Andrews, Texas, and then approaching Big Springs and Gale. These are well out ahead of the storms. Storms continue to die off across western Texas, but those outflow boundaries surged out well out ahead of those. Same kind of concept there, gusty winds. It does look like there's less of a severe risk at the moment across the boot heel. There is a potential for some isolated severe weather through the evening. Let's see. The Storm Prediction Center does have a mesoscale discussion out. So they are discussing this area. Not really. I don't think they're going to extend a large watch into this area, but keeping an eye on this storm complex as it slides down towards Poplar Bluff. Mostly a wind risk, but you could get a brief tornado risk as well. Interestingly, there hasn't been a ton of storm reports yet. There was some power outage reports earlier around the Farmington area, and this report from earlier in Farmington in Missouri of a 14-inch diameter tree snapped halfway up the trunk. That's along Highway 32. So that's a pretty large tree. And then also this area from Raymondville in Texas County, Missouri earlier, tree branches down. But yeah, I haven't seen a ton of storm reports tonight, which may be a good thing. It is nighttime, so it sometimes takes longer for those to come in. But yeah, we're not seeing a ton of like flood reports or anything out of this flood watch or flood warning. And I don't see like a long history of tree damage. So severe weather may have been slightly more isolated tonight, which is not a bad thing. But yeah, that's it's a good sign. Oh, this is just a mesoscale discussion. I was just kind of looking over this. It's Storm Prediction Center puts these out. They sometimes they predate watches. They give kind of the discussion points of why they're issuing a watch or updating a watch or extending a watch, things like that. So it's not a warning or anything. It's just where the Storm Prediction Center is watching things. Sometimes they look blobbier. Let's see. There's not any other ones in effect. They sometimes, a lot of times, will look a lot blobbier. They'll look like a big circle, but it's a fairly small area they're watching for severe weather. So I was just kind of reading over this. Yeah, the more concentrated severe weather is until about midnight to 1 a.m. So kind of keeping an eye on that storm cluster there. Don't think I can change that color. I'll have to check. I'll have to check and see if I can change that color. Yeah, I don't love that it's the same color as some of our warnings. But yeah, there's no specific warning right now in effect for these storms. They are pretty nasty. I do think there is less of a tornado risk right now. It's mostly a damaging wind risk. These storms continue to line out and cluster together. And they are in a little bit of a less radar coverage area, but pretty solid line of storms now from Ash Flat, Arkansas, through Thayer, Alton, Missouri, and then up through Williamsville, Greenville, Marble Hill, Jackson, Cape Girardeau. So these storms will continue to work towards the east-southeast over the next couple hours. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, Jace, I'm sorry about that. You probably tuned in and you see the big bright red all over. I'll see if I can fix that in settings. I'd like to make it a different color if I can. Hey, Ken I Rose. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, Nashville tomorrow is interesting. Nashville, let's go take a look at the model data again. The last couple model runs have supported storms, especially east of Nashville, but let's take a look. May get some remnant storms and showers in the morning, especially early morning across Nashville, but it's going to be whenever that second round develops. And it'll be interesting to see exactly where that round develops. It's going to depend on the timing of the cold front and things like that. But models have kind of honed in on east of Nashville as the primary risk. And so has the Storm Prediction Center. This is the risk outline for tomorrow. It kind of cuts the Nashville area in half, with the slight risk east of downtown from about the airport east. So that tracks with some of the data that we're seeing on the model data that stronger storms will be east of Nashville, but yeah, maybe into, especially towards Cookville, Livingston, McMinnville tomorrow afternoon and evening. Keep an eye on it though. That's going to be a timing issue if the cold front slows down just a little bit and you get a little more daytime heating backed across the Nashville area. That could change things. That could change things quite a bit actually. So yeah, Nashville, an area to watch tomorrow for especially a damaging wind risk. Yeah, no problem. We may be live tomorrow. It'll depend on how widespread the severe weather is, but I'll be at least in standby mode probably tomorrow evening to just to kind of keep an eye on storms from about Cincinnati down through Middle Tennessee tomorrow. Jackson, Alabama. I feel like I know where that is, but I don't. I'm blanking on it right now. My brain must still be in kind of vacation mode. Okay, yeah, I thought it was down. See, I was snooping around down there. I thought it was down there somewhere. Kind of a typical day tomorrow. You may get storms a little more focused tomorrow evening if that cold front sweeps down that way. Kind of the tail end of that. Looks like central Alabama, maybe a little bit more concentrated storms tomorrow evening and into the overnight hours. I doubt it, Caleb, just because it does factor like the whole storm column. So like you can see VIL values for 9,000 feet. I don't know if it, yeah, I don't know if it'd pick up enough. That's a good, interesting question. I've never actually tried before. I don't think so, but next time I see a supercellular tornadic waterspout, I might try it out just to see if it grabs anything crazy, but I think it's going to be hard because if it's a supercell, it's already going to have a lot of moisture in that, so the VIL may be close to maxed out anyway. Um, could it, in theory, if it was a, I think it had to be like a right condition sort of thing. Like this is really close to the radar, so maybe if there's a water spout on like this little cell, right here, you're not looking up in the whole column, but maybe if this was a water spout and you can see it's not much of a VIL right now, and then all of a sudden if it had a rotation but had a max VIL, then maybe, but it'd have to be like a really unique situation where you get like a water spout really close to the radar site or something kind of weird like that. I don't think you could look out over here and say like that's a higher VIL, so that must be a water spout, because you're still looking up thousands of feet into the cloud deck. So, and if it's a supercell, it's gonna have a lot of water in that storm anyway. So probably not as indicating one. But that's an interesting question. And it's always interesting to explore radars. I have not used VIL to detect water spouts, but I don't know if it's possible or not. I will search it very quickly. I doubt it'd be useful, but next time I see a tornadic waterspout, I might give it a shot just to see. Double check the Storm Prediction Center too. Hey, Velvet, how's it going tonight? No, nothing right now. Still watching this complex of storms. There were some tornado warnings earlier in Missouri. With even I think a couple, we may have had a couple tornadoes today. There may have been one up by Herman, and then it looks like there was one all the way up in areas around Cedar Rapids Airport. Yeah, south of Cedar Rapids with a cell. So yeah, there's been a couple tornadoes, probably brief ones, but nothing in progress at the moment, at least for tornado warnings or anything. I will check though. Bell City, Missouri. Yeah, if you've been watching the stream for a while, it's not our issue, but it's just if you watch a stream for too long, it seems like on YouTube, You do just have to click the live button on the screen. Just kind of hover your mouse over the screen, and you'll see the live button pop up. I think on mine it's like next to the mute button. So yeah, just do that every now and then. Our stream, but just no matter what stream, if you watch it too long, it somehow gets a little bit behind. Yeah, those storms are closing in on the advance area. They are less severe and less organized than they were earlier. Still strong storms back here towards Greenville, Williamsville, and approaching Poplar Bluff with some stronger storms, but not severe at the moment. May get some gusts, some wind gusts in there, 30, 40 mile an hour winds potentially, but yeah, that storm complex is generally on a downtrend. And it has picked up speed, I think, a little bit too, so that should help the flash flood situation. Strongest storms, I think, are this area right in here. From about Williamsville just to the northwest of Poplar Bluff. Generally drifting towards Bloomfield, down into the Boot Heel, maybe getting over towards Charleston in southeast Missouri. Yeah, I was on vacation, so I missed that one. And that was a very interesting storm. I unfortunately pulled it up on my lunch break when I was on vacation and just sitting waiting for food. And I pulled up my phone to see what weather was going on, and I was like, "Oh my god!" EF3, I believe they re-rated it. Um, they obviously did the prelim ratings, and then they've looked over more damage, and I believe they've corrected it. Luckily, no fatalities. 68 injuries. No fatalities have been reported. Yeah, the latest damage survey was published this afternoon by the National Weather Service at Green Bay. 68 injuries, no fatalities. 12.46 miles, and they adjusted the peak wind speeds to 140 mile an hour EF3. Yeah, on the ground, 12.46 miles, max width 1,800 yards. So kind of a lower EF3. It may get readjusted again, but right now it's kind of a lower end EF3. Yeah, the debris ball is massive. But as expected, it was a fairly populated area. Yeah, super wide debris ball. It was a bit chilling. If anyone's just tuning in, not tonight, that was talking about the last Monday? Yeah, last Monday's tornado in Wisconsin. We did get a new warning. This is for areas in Illinois, Pulaski County, Southern Illinois, Central Alexander County in Illinois, and then Ballard County, Western Kentucky. That's moving east at 40 miles an hour near Cairo, Illinois. 60 mile an hour winds. Oh yeah, this is that storm that popped up kind of just south of Scott City earlier. It's merged in with the line segment that's crashed down from the west. So a little bit of extra wind energy in there with the cell merger and stuff. And that's where you get the little pop of energy there. It's going to continue moving basically along the Ohio River. Olmsted, Mound City, new grand chain, and it's moving a little more easterly. I don't know if it's going to get down to the corner of that warning. Elsnore, Missouri. That would be about right. Where is that? There it is, Elsnore. Yeah, you're going to be on the back side of those storms now, so the feistier winds, basically between you guys and Poplar Bluff, in there around Williamsville, going to be the heavier pocket of storms. Still quite a bit of lightning around in the southeast Missouri area. But yeah, your strongest severe threat really is pretty much gone. If the storms have died down, yeah, you're on the back side of things. It looks like Carter County, Missouri, Elsnore to Van Buren. This is one of the big things for the latest Aguacero weather update. Is they kind of added this. Actually, it's a little button on my top bar now. It pulls up tropical weather as kind of a separate tab. It's very interesting, and I can sort now by storms. Pull model data right from there. I can select recon flights and see those. That's pretty cool. And then it looks like custom cones and stuff. Interesting. Oh, wow, there's a ton more models too now. Yeah, if anyone's interested, this is hurricane or sorry, super typhoon, right? Yeah, super typhoon Dolphin. That's a look at that. That is a strong category 4 tropical system there. Yeah, that's a pretty nasty storm. This is in the Pacific. It's in the eastern Pacific. It's far away from Hawaii. Actually started um, well south of Hawaii, but it started in more of the central Pacific. It's pretty interesting. And continuing to track towards the west, it may skirt some of these southern islands in Japanese archipelago, but weaker by then. But luckily, it's out in the middle of nowhere. But that is a powerful storm. Looks like the latest advisory pressure down to 933 millibars, northwest at 12 miles an hour. What was the wind? 125 knots. A couple days ago, it was a Category 5 storm. So it's actually come down in intensity. But yeah, it's still about 144 miles an hour winds. Very impressive storm. Very symmetrical eye. New storms going up right along the eye wall, so maybe doing a little bit of a replacement cycle, but wow. Super symmetrical all the way out into the fringes of the hurricane or the typhoon. Yeah, it is beautiful on radar. I mean, luckily right now it's been pretty beautiful because I don't think it's actually gone through much. There are a couple. I don't know if it's populated. There's probably a couple. Yeah, it looks like it hasn't really affected much. It's just mostly been unpopulated, maybe. Hopefully. So yeah, it's stayed out in the central and now eastern Pacific. But yeah, that is a crazy powerful tropical system. The other system that's closer to home is tropical storm Genevieve. Genevieve looks less impressive, but let's see. That might not be the best. Yeah, I guess it is. Genevieve not as feisty. 45-mile um, tropical storm. That's about 50-mile-an-hour winds. Pressure up to 1,000 millibars. West northwest at 15. It is going to stay well to the east of Hawaii and then weaken as it pulls up into the central Pacific. So nothing really much of a threat there. But yeah, taking a look at the tropics, Pacific does usually get further intense into the season before the hurricane season in the east or in the Atlantic. Get back to our severe weather. Still watching this storm. Severe warning in Pulaski County in southern Illinois. A little batch right in here crossing I-57 between Pulaski and Olmsted. This may cross the Ohio River into areas there around Oscar and Bandana, portions of Ballard County, Kentucky. Yeah, still watching those Missouri storms. They are generally weakening. Poplar Bluff is about to get in on some of those stronger storms, but they do appear to have a little bit of outflow in here. Also, if you note, there's less of those darker reds and purples, even just a few minutes ago. General weakening for those storms across southeast Missouri. And still a couple feistier storms right along US 160 between Alton and Doniphan. Those will continue working towards the east southeast, basically kind of riding along that Arkansas and Missouri border. But yeah, don't expect a re-strengthening of those storms. They have allowed that tornado watch to expire. So that's a good sign there by the Storm Prediction Center. They haven't extended that out or anything. Yeah, right now, no watches in effect. Tornado or severe thunderstorms. Hey, how's it going, Highland Weather? Hope you're doing well. anyone is watching from North Carolina, give Highland Weather a follow, especially focused on the Asheville area. Is that right, Highland? Western North Carolina, the Asheville area. And we were looking earlier tonight. It may be a little busier day for Sunday across the Carolinas. Right now, a level 1 out of 5 marginal risk across much of the Carolinas, but and then up into the portions of the upper Ohio Valley. Storms, yeah, they kind of avoid your area tomorrow, but they stay back across Middle Tennessee. These should be a little less than that, Jace. Looking probably at like 30 to 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts in pockets, but that can still take down a couple tree limbs and stuff. Maybe a couple isolated pockets there, 40 to 50, but should be less than the severe limits. All that hype, Highland, and you're gonna let everybody down. No, I'm good. Yeah, that's good. You get the automated system to cover it. I don't think it's gonna be a widespread severe weather day. It's good to get that break in. I got mine in last weekend, Highland. So yeah. Well, even if you're not covering it this weekend, definitely if you're in the Asheville and Western North Carolina, give Highland a follow for future weather coverage. See, the storms are still pushing through the Olmsted area, right along the Ohio River, Mound City, New Grand Chain, and then La Center into Kentucky. Yeah, White Rex is actually that's an interesting point. They did not put they didn't put the what is that, Iron County? St. Francis County. They never put St. Francis County in the watch, which is interesting. Um but yeah, the tornado watch extended through Potosi, so it extended into what is that, Washington County? Yeah. And it extended down into Iron County, but they did not extend that watch into St. Francis County. I guess because it was a one and done. But in situations like that, I always try and pay attention myself, especially if you're on kind of the edge of a watch area. You do want to kind of pay attention because severe weather definitely doesn't just stop at a border. Sometimes you get also weird boundaries and stuff. Like you get little L-shaped boundaries where counties are cut out and stuff. And especially if it's a warning, I always try and pay attention to these sort of situations. Like, um, I mean, it's not right now. This is just hypothetical, but yeah, if you're in like Iron Mountain and this is a tornado warning or something, like the tornado might be like here. It's not just gonna like turn and go around the county border like that. So like you kind of have to also know where your county borders and neighbors are, or if someone is like down here and lives like right there on the county line and it's an L shape, like you can't just be like, "Oh, I'm good." Like no tornado warning when you have like literally a tornado warning next door to you. So yeah, there's some interesting situations like that um, that aren't perfect, I guess. There's also situations where you get these county cutouts like this, and you get a tornado warning issued by one National Weather Service office, and then it should fill in, but the next National Weather Service office sometimes doesn't or is a little slower to do it. So you also do want to be cautious in those places where um, two different weather service offices combine, because you can get some discrepancies in warning times and things like that. The National Weather Service office in the US has top notch, like the best warning system in the world, at least for severe weather. Um, Japan is better for earthquakes and stuff, but for severe weather, we have a top notch warning system. But there's times that it could be, there's still room for improvement. That sounds pretty cool. Cardboard interceptors. Yeah, it's good to take a break when you can, Highland. This is generally like a good time for it, but oh wow, I did not realize that Asheville has not had a tornado warning in that long. Jace, are those models like cardboard model interceptors, or are they like, are you trying to like, they like semi-scaled? Like, what kind of size are we talking about for like the cardboard? It doesn't appear like Indiana is in much of a severe risk for this evening. And most of this is sliding well south of Indiana. And severe risk should be fairly isolated the rest of the evening. I'm just kind of keeping an eye on it because the Storm Prediction Center still does have a mesoscale discussion out. So keeping an eye on this kind of cluster storms for the most part right in here. But yeah, Indiana tomorrow afternoon is a little bit of an area to watch in Indiana. Let's see. And those storms tonight are starting to move out of the slight risk, although this area again, Poplar Bluff down to the extreme northeast portions of Arkansas, still in that slight risk. But tomorrow, especially from the Ohio River south, that's where the better severe weather chances are. But there is a chance eastern Indiana, especially tomorrow afternoon and into the evening, has a marginal risk level 1 out of 5. And mostly a wind risk, that's in the yellow for the wind. There is a sneaky little tornado risk for an isolated tornado. Like today, it would probably be on the briefer end of a tornado. I don't think we're looking at long track tornadoes tomorrow. Um, it would likely be brief spin ups in these multi cell clusters and that sort of stuff, like we've dealt with earlier today. But there is a little bit of a tornado risk tomorrow, or I guess if you're in the Eastern time zone today, Saturday, there is a tornado risk. I don't know where was Orleans. Orleans is like south central. Oh yeah, you okay? You guys are like right on that cutoff. Like we were talking about earlier with Nashville, it's going to depend a little bit on the timing of when that cold front sweeps through. So yeah, you guys are kind of right on the line where storms may start to fire and get a little bit more intense as they push east of Orleans, but again, kind of depends on that timing of when the cold front gets through you. Yeah, it'd be tomorrow for anywhere kind of in that Indiana area, Orleans, and then east of there. It's going to be tomorrow late afternoon into the evening hours. You may get some morning showers and storms, but not likely severe storms. It's going to be after they kind of refire. Let me back it up and take a look again at the model for timing. The model is, I think, overdoing it a little bit here overnight, so keep that in mind. Yeah, may get some storms and rain. Rain and storms maybe early morning, overnight, that sort of thing. Going to be kind of this batch. Like when timing, that's going to be about 2 p.m. But I think especially east of there, this is about 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Eastern. Puts at least this model run puts storms kind of in this area, which would be east of you guys. So yeah, there's some timing differences. It depends on how quickly the front kind of swings through. But it does appear like stronger storms probably more east of that area, but little close to call for comfort. I can't like fully roll out strong to severe storms tomorrow for you. But yeah, late afternoon into the evening. And then those quiet down after about 10. Yeah, that would be cool. TSB. Some type of like podcast style. Yeah, that would be cool. Let me think about that and see what kind of logistics would be needed for that. But that would be kind of a neat thing. That would be especially neat in the off season when like severe weather isn't as big in the fall or even winter. Let me think about that, but that's a good idea. That warning thing never reloaded. Oh, well, right now I guess we don't have any warnings, so that is actually correct. I'm probably behind on the chat, so I apologize about that. Thanks for the jewels, TSB. Yeah, that's a fun little way to support the channel too. The little jewel things. We have all kinds of cool stuff on the channel now. Um, oh, you're gonna build one out of wood? That'd be interesting. Oh yeah, being in agriculture, you definitely have to pay attention to the weather. Good news is, Jace, it looks like these storms are continuing to downtrend as they work into southeast Missouri. And yeah, starting to see a little bit of a sign of some outflow boundaries in here. That gives me a little more confidence that probably not really a tornado threat anymore. and the winds should start to die down. These storms should continue to decrease. The outflow boundary is the cool pool of air that's kind of cycled down to the surface level. And yeah, that's kind of storm exhaust. It's basically the storm kind of calling it quits a little bit. That'll slowly start to bring down the updrafts, start to kind of decrease the storm intensity. It does take a while, but that looks like it's going to be more of an outflow dominant storm situation. Also seeing the winds have relaxed a little bit across those areas west of Paducah. So they have dropped that warning. Sounds good, Ken I. Rose. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, keep an eye on tomorrow. I will definitely be kind of ready for a live stream, I think, tomorrow afternoon. If we need one, we'll pull the trigger. But yeah, especially if we get more widespread severe activity, which we may get. Middle Tennessee and then up into middle central portions of Kentucky. I think with storms being outflow dominant and continuing to weaken across the Poplar Bluff area. Let's see, let me check the. Yeah, we've seen a general decrease in the lightning too. There still is quite a bit of lightning. There's a lot of storm intensity. But I think we'll probably call it a night since we've basically covered everything with the severe weather across Missouri. Maybe a couple brief tornadoes. Nothing crazy tonight. Uh, Still also some gustier winds out in West Texas with this outflow boundary. Still seeing it approach Big Spring, Texas with 50, 55 mile an hour winds. So keep in mind if you have any interest in Western Texas, this may also bring blowing dust if you're traveling tonight in West Texas. Dangerously also close to the I-20 corridor, so there may be some travel issues with the outflow boundary as it continues to work towards the southeast. But thanks again for joining us. And if you're new, like and subscribe. Click the bell icon. Get notified when we go live for no hype, science-based severe weather coverage. We got some cool stuff on the channel planned too. Now that I'm back from vacation this last week, we have some cool stuff for the future of the channel too. And especially now with some of these new tropical models and things, we can do some really cool stuff too as we get into hurricane season. I believe there's also tropical outlooks now. I don't see any too, which is interesting. No Pacific tropical outlooks right now too. So yeah, I think we've covered a lot. We covered the current tropical activity, the severe weather in the mid-Mississippi Valley, and then a couple of the outlooks for tomorrow and Sunday. So thanks again for joining us. Hope everybody stayed safe. If you're out ahead of these storms, just have a way to get warnings just in case there's an isolated severe warning overnight. But yeah, it does look like the severe risk should be fairly limited the rest of the evening. So have a good one, stay safe, and we'll see you on the next one.